Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south man.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Indeed, Spoon is going to tell you what is happening in Africa, what is happening in Liberia. Spoon will definitely tell you what is happening across the ministries, the agencies, what the policymakers are doing. Of course, this is exactly what you get here every single time on the program, Spoon Talk. I'd like to welcome all of you to tonight's edition of the program. Spoon Talk promises to be very informative. Lots of issues to talk about. The big happenings across the country. Spoon Talk connects you with the newsmakers, the policymakers, connecting you with real issues and analysis from real people. So I'd like to welcome you tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. And then, of course, Spoon Talk is live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1, on Super 95.5, and several other frequencies across the country. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1. There's always relaying the program, and a host of radio stations across Liberia as well for always relaying. My name is Nelson Collier. We're about to go to the phone lines as we always do. The first segment of Spoon Talk is dedicated to you, the viewers, the listeners, the people who get to engage in the comment section to share your thoughts on the very issues that are of concern to you, well as health, education, politics, sanitation, just anything that's of concern to you. Spoon Talk provides a space where you all get to have your say on those different issues of concern. So thanks for joining us tonight. We're live on our social media handles as well. We're on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We are also on YouTube. YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. So let me welcome all of you tonight to this edition of Spoon Talk. We're going to go to the phone lines and take your calls. What is that issue that is of concern to you? Just anything you want to talk about tonight: health, education, politics. Just that thing that is of concern to you. That's exactly why the first segment of Spoon Talk is here for you. And I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of the program. Let's go to the lines and take your calls now. 0555-101075. Better still, you can call us on 0777-1075, and you'll be live on the show tonight. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm Jerry Brady speaking from Jason number 3 to Sapper, my brother.
Yes, it's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
What's really on my mind, the way the government treats the drug systems is not going down well with me. Because when I'm here next thing, they accuse some people I think they fired some people, they suspended some people, even the president's own son, who communicated with the cartel, he admitted he's not in jail. He's not in jail, he's running around here. And then the people talking about 2023, they're going to 2021, 2027 now. So it will not be fun for our country.
Okay.
The cabinet in political, my brother, is not good, man.
Thank you very much for your
It's
input.
not a problem. All right.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your input. Let's take another person here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you. Hello. Yeah, hello, you're live.
Yeah.
Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Brother Nessie Kule, I have problem with you, but we'll put that to rest. The question here you can give me this day. Last time you could not give me to the opposition. Today they are in party and ruling government. But let me strictly go to the issue. The Bar president, the former VP of the Republic of Liberia, the way in which she was apprehended by Liberian National Police, instruction and given by Gregor W.O. Clement to his police officers. It was very, very unconstitutional. It was very bad, and we clearly clarified that, and we put it in a chronological order as well, witch hunting. It's bad governance system, and we run a nation like this. We are not progressive. We're going to be progressive. When we come back, we pay there. The other party can pay there. It's bad. The past president will not keep telling the past Wednesday when she was to go across Ghana to address the women forum that she was denied and be disgraced publicly international war. It's set on very unconstitutional precedent that next generation that will come, they will see and they will live by the same platform.
All right.
So, the voted to send him out back for a 3-year experience that is going to settle disputes and governance the nation and for all to move forward. But they are witch hunting. Where is Peter King? Where is Paul King? Where is Jojo Baka? And the others who are just Kate.
Thank you very much for your input. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your input tonight. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, nothing cool. This Adama Kane.
Adama, go ahead. Let's hear you. Yeah.
That's in the same thing I talk on my point of view. Go to second. That is, if you know anybody in second company, tell them they must start taking our money. We're not creating for them. We pay our money. I need to buy our data. Second must start a criminal behavior. To start taking our money. When pour our data in the money, they must start if they get any criminal that working in our company, they need to take them money because they take our money. The second thing go to the just issue. Nothing as great the government. Correct. The government are putting jobs. Nothing first doing job we are done. Even you get up on their ear, they may not slow down, they will slap your ear, take it from you. They may need to hard jack people. But Nana, it's not like that. When the government doing a red, we can say, hey, we continue the government working, nothing as great the government working. Thank you, President.
Thank you for your input. Let's hold you there. Take another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you.
Nothing good evening to you.
Good evening.
Thank you. This is the voice of Mohammed M. Kanejion. I remain a strong member of the Unity Party in the W.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
I speak to you today from a conference room, District 15 in the Buja Alley. Nothing. My talking point today is have a big drawn to the attention of Martin Colley. Okay? Martin Colley, in that key pointing finger from John to Paul, from Paul to Peter, from Peter to Moses, from Moses to Amos. Okay? It started the thing, I think, with the former DA boss. Okay? In love on the man, and then at the end, the man had to set in resignation, he had to why? And the president had to.
Yeah, just try to wrap up, sir.
Now, the attention, a host for Gapua now is second was on the Ajikomo. From there, in the last song on Ajikomo, we also pointing finger again on the chief justice, now the chief justice about the justice minister. Okay, Minister Tue. Okay, and the way in which Martin and PAP, really, it's not really correct. To be very honest. Okay, I think this young man, if he have a sufficient evidence, he should prevent.
Thank you.
And carry it to the court and even pass through a lawyer, at least for them. He might be political, maybe. That has nothing to it. Tomorrow, they make it even say, oh, that's correct too. Even the government, give whatever to him.
Thank you.
So let me go ahead in that thing.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take this person from this line. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, brother.
Good evening, ma'am.
This is regular call from Rehab.
Yeah, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What is on my mind is that Liberia has set another historical day in our lives again. In the sense that every day that our country always set history that our children and children will always remember. But what better got me to feel bad this evening is that, yes, we are fighting just. But the people that bear our name, public of Liberia representative, people that the name represent our country that want to step on the recognize.
Too bad we lost her. Let's take another person at 0555-101075. Hello.
Good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. This is Edward Spencer M. Joe, and I'm the New Year supporter of Mr. Alexander Ben Dekomi.
Yeah, Edward, go ahead.
Former supporter of Rescue Mission. That clear for the public. So I want to commend you for the show this evening. But my attention has been drawn to this quote unquote the press conference listened to the afternoon with Jeremy Pia talking about the government. I really think they have been successful in creating job for the young people. They have been a major obstacle for them. And that's why we always tell Liberian people. CDC and UDA party have already filled the people. They feel the country already. Job creation, that's where Mr. Kumi found his strength. And if we want better for our country and betterment for our look, the other thing, it's sad when you are a young man, you go food on your table. It's so disgraceful if you cannot live up to your obligation as a young man.
Oh, okay. We lost him there. But thank you for your input. Let's see if we take another person from this line. Keep your calls coming. This one. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Lexi.
Good evening. You're live. Let's hear you.
This is Oscar Zime calling from Nima.
Oscar, you're live on the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Lexi, what all my man have to do with our country, Liberia? Lexi, everything in this country will put us in, like for instance, a citizen of this country will call into Nigeria by the highest bar of the whole African country.
You said the highest bar of the whole African what?
Of African continents. We have Nigeria bar. We have almost 16,000. 16,000.
Is there any official information, maybe research or something that positions the Nigerian bar as the highest bar, or are you just referring to it that way in terms of number?
No, I did a research.
Okay, what's the source of that information, sir?
That makes sense of you. That research is one of the higher by second to it. I saw Africa.
Okay, so what's the name of the institution that did release that information, sir?
No, you make a research, and I can't teach you. Your
my man, you know that the higher can spoil the whole thing here. No, my man, you did a research. You got a pieces of information, and I'm asking you. Okay, so just give me a reference. Let's
make a research. Your research.
My man, if you want to say you not know the source of your whole information, your research.
I know the source of our information, but
not for me, for the sake of the public, for the sake of those watching.
I cannot conclude to the public.
So that secret, that secret part research you did.
So let me
go ahead, make your point. Let's hear you.
You know, next thing, we should be proud of our Liberian citizens. Not forget our politics. If any of our citizens have been called upon any international community to recognize their presence, to address them, we should recognize that person and make him to know that he's a Liberian Liberia for all of us, no matter the politics that we push in this country. Politics will go, leadership will go, and Liberia will still remain.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be together as a Liberians. When one of our citizens go out of country in another country to make our country proud, we should appreciate it.
Yeah.
But the way we push politics in this country, nothing, it would not make the country a big deal. No matter what we do, it's very bad. We destroy our French image and destroy the image of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's see if we can take another person here. Keep your calls coming to 0555-101075 or 0777-771075. Hello, your name and where is your name from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, Thomas David.
Thomas David, it's good to have you. Let's hear you.
Yeah, John New from Morris's Farm.
Okay.
Yeah, my attention has been drawn to this entire court system in Liberia. Yeah, because like July 26th, my back, I just want to make it short. My motorbike I used, to sustain myself and my family. A guy took it. And I was able to catch this guy and took him to the court since July 26th. This guy said he took my bag and he told someone, he mentioned and he provided the person number, everything to the police and the court. The court said that they were going after the particular guy to bring him as another suspect because he the one sent the man to see the motorbike. That's the business in doing. The court to the man and they came back to me with the information that the man said they must give him 3 weeks because his mother said he's not able to attend to us now. So they can't do anything to him. They left me and they came back to me. As I speak to you, my girlfriend is pregnant. My motorbike I've been using to sustain myself, I'm even doing my BSc to ethics. I dropped for this semester. And then every single day, I pay my way and go to the court. To even be heard, it's not easy. July 20 up to now, I just walk into that over and over, those things for attention. So I don't know in what way, because everyone will not go and sit down to be crying on the government. Okay, we who try to do something for ourselves by the motorbike or by the traffic. Then when we carry a complaint to the place we're supposed to wrong, they say we should not take law into our hands. I catch the man when police was not even around. I talking to the court, I even knocking his head. I say, oh, the police were able to do their job. And I took the man there. It had been from one spending to another. I don't have problem with the spending, but even what I'm supposed to get, I can't get it. So even talk with the man I hire as a lawyer, say he's a lawyer, it's not easy. His attention is not easy to me. Every person, yeah, but yeah, but everything is about everything because that's government entity and the man said he's a state lawyer representing the citizen according to him. But then okay.
That's how you doing? Yeah, your former friend, Eddie P from People's Patriot.
Oh, Eddie P of the CDC Response and Defense Team.
Yeah, we are in the organization.
Is this the LEP who, along with David King, and so they text, so they pick up that former President George Weah gave to the team. LEP, why did pick up that former President George Weah gave the Response and Defense Team? So
my man, I pick up the pick up sport.
No, my man. So your team members say so they pick up a few people. They pick up money after the CDC left power.
But I mean, you know your station now. What is station? Everybody
but that's the information I got. Okay, so what is your side of the story?
Yeah, man, I didn't call what on my mind. Yeah, but
go ahead, let's hear you.
So I just found a new organization called Liberia for Justice, a very, very powerful organization now, which is making hell up in a broad country now in Liberia. So let me tell you, are very, very strong in concern for justice for Liberia.
Okay.
But you know, there's one on my mind, though. I feel so sorry for our country. Today, everybody doing it. Nobody man want to talk. I get disappointed in the poor country people. To be honest with you, no. People say you can remember they tell the police man beat that Pura girl. How they put that people kill? He get bunk people said nobody want to take action because the false government laying false allegation against somebody. Your doctor, you want to take action. I'm back disappointing the bunker people. If that was the deal, people do all the money, people are different with talking.
But EDP, don't you think you're pushing tribal sentiment here? If a process is playing out at the level of the court, don't you think Liberians should allow it to play out instead of calling on the Pele people, the Gio people, and all of that to stand up?
If the government want to be transparent, why you leaving the president so awful? Why you leaving all the people that you arrested and in your police don't say they get government people in the government that part of this broadcaster? Then why you never arresting one set of people in the country? Tell me who the government are arrested?
All right.
These are CDC people. So I'm disappointed in yourself about that. If I tell you, I hate this president. The one of the main reasons I hate this DC president. So be honest with you.
Thank you.
I'm disappointed in the broadcaster people.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you, Uriel Dexy. Thanks a lot. Relative to the conversation I just had with Oscar Zigwen, Imaru writes, he says the Nigerian Bar Association is regarded as the biggest bar association in Africa, with about 140,000 members. And he posts the link there, www.nigerianbar.org. And he says even Google can give you that. That's exactly what I wanted from Oscar Zipin. But again, sometimes people do make research and you forget some pieces of information around that. So Oscar may just have been in a similar situation. But thanks a lot for that information. It's very important for public consumption. Let's take more calls, 0555-101075, or you can also call us on 0777-771-1075, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Let's take our this caller. Hello.
Hello, Nelson Collier.
Hello, sir. You're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
I'm from Bernard, calling from Kakata City.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Okay. I'm just constrained to call. I just want to tell her that I called to them or disappointed in we from Bon County. He can take a lead. If I really see getting there, say he want to take a lead, myself okay to him. But he just say that making big money because for eating plenty food this year, so he got to make a big mouth. You think Bokade supposed to be like all people?
No. You know, and this is exactly what we're trying to avoid. He caught in and he made his point. He thinks the people of Bon County should have demonstrated something somehow, some way, and we called him out when it comes to the issue of tribal, sentiment and all of that. So let's just remain focused. If you are on the side of the law, then let's avoid any form of distraction and look forward to the law being
but we all are praying for, but we don't want violence. Then you can't sit there to say disappointing us.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your input. Let me go to the WhatsApp. Let me take a few WhatsApp calls here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson. This is Gordon Mara calling from Ohio.
Gordon, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
I just want to say something about the guy who was calling, who said he's disappointed in the people of Bon County. Right now, bro, we are not in a position to go against tribe. We are not here to do tribal business. Anything we do in this country, we should do it according to the law. You shouldn't try to incite people to do things that will harm our country. If the Bon County people say they are observing the process, I think that's the right procedure they are going. Then everybody sit down and observe the process. Let the court take its stand. If Madam Joy is not guilty, she will be free. If she is guilty, The drugs issue is not a personal issue. It's a breakable business. So anybody, it can be Joseph Boakan's son said, or Joseph Boakan said, he involved, then he be prosecuted. Anybody that have been linked to this drug case, they should go facing trial.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. So we have the WhatsApp number scrolling there. You can call via WhatsApp and make your input as well. Let's go to this line. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Are you there? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I'm getting you. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
My name is Cornelius Barr, and I call you from Bannersville, LPRC.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind, sir?
What's on my mind is there's a whole issue about the drugs fight in Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
I think the government is not doing well for us as citizens of this country by picking people, using force on certain people and letting people walk free while they are connected to the drugs issue. Like, for example, the Johnny Buladin, the Makula from the airport. But we saw the former vice president traveling, going to a program without being invited, and she was like stopped publicly, arrested, taken to the police station in 4 seconds, charges were levied against her. So I think the government is not being transparent into the fight of drugs. So my caution here to the government is, if you want to fight this case, fight it to the depth. Do not fight it on a one-side level. Like Senator always says that if you want to be cat, be cat. If you want to be dog, be dog. Do not be cat. I hope
All right.
peace for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, this person. Hello.
Evening, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Let's hear you, sir.
This is Mr. White. I'm calling you from San Francisco.
You're coming in very low. Can you be audible a bit?
This is Mr. White. I'm talking now. I said I'm Mr. White. Call you from 17th Street. Getting me?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Taking people, the central person is not that only the person is involved into drugs or issues. But if I mean, the investigator, someone is supposed to be, is supposed to be to that same company. The Honorable Gregory Common, the 106 gave him money and he took some of the money and gave some to 106. So which evidence again they're looking for against him that he cannot be indicted? People are not saying Kevin or the former president is bad. People only comment the manner in which he was arrested.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get this sorted out here. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Nelson?
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Jared Agwan. I call from Tinsdale. What's on my mind is that Nelson, I'm sitting in my room wondering, Madam Joy Howard Taylor is a Joy Howard Taylor who was the vice president during the former president Weah's administration. The woman that was punishing, the one that Samuel to and other denied benefits. That today they are coming to make misguided statement in her favor. They must leave the thing with legal people. Even the party that she belongs to, a blood of the government, all they are calling for is a speedy and fair trial. So where are they coming from to say it's a political witch hunt when they have not even gone through the trial? And then to the police for denying somebody that Marvin Cole. Because you two have said that the witch hunting or they're doing this, so yeah, already concluded. In my mind, the next time he goes there, said they must stop him. If he try to force away, they must arrest him and drag him.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate you.
They will politicize the area. So the police, thank you. Next time Marvin go there, you arrest him and drag him. That's what's on my mind. Thank you.
Honorable Cole is Liberian citizen. He's a lawmaker, as a matter of fact. So he doesn't deserve to be treated that way. Hello.
How you doing, Nelson?
Yes, we are live on the WhatsApp line. Let's hear you, Mr. Denwan.
Yes, sir, Nelson. Thank you for picking up my call, Nelson. We've been in impunity for very, very, very long time. Nobody saying sending somebody to jail is bad, is good if you commit crime. But it is an eye-opening for all Nigerians for that matter, that when you are in power, don't let other people come around you in such a way. If it is true, it's alleged. But this is pitiful, and this is, I would say, this is bringing justice into our country. Because when little men commit crime, they send them to salt dish. When big men commit crime, they say, oh, you'll leave this, you'll leave that. I know big people been there, but this is a voice of its kind since the creation of the Republic of Liberia for a vice president to go to South Beach. So justice is coming in Liberia little by little.
Thank you.
And Liberia will wake up to be developed in future. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you for your input. Let's take another person here from the WhatsApp line. I'm going to take a couple of calls from the WhatsApp now. So I go back to see if I take this person. But just keep your calls coming through. Keep sharing the show as you join us tonight. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you, Mr. Colette. This is the voice of CDC Papi Success Creator. I do join you from Queensville tonight.
My man, your body phone disturbing also.
Yeah, go away, Chief.
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
Mr. Colette, thank you ever so much. Let me say to Liberia this afternoon, tonight, the previous caller that left the line discussing my boss, Honorable Josiah Merinko. He is a lawmaker. He also a citizen of this country. This is the man, 19 to 20,000 people sue on the land to vote for him. So he had a full right to go to the court at any time, any given time. Today, he was denied by the Liberian National Police, which is against our constitution. The brother saying that justice is coming to Liberia. There's nothing like justice in this country right now. Let me be honest with you. Let me be recalled. We are talking about justice. The sitting lawmaker was denied today by entering into the court. He had ordinary people entering in the court. People get wanted to witness the trial to see how process goes. But Honorable Josiah Merinko, this is a matter we warmly voted for in Bon County District 3. Alas, the entire Liberia, he got a higher vote among the lawmaker. He was denied today. I listened to the necessary to be arrested by the police for going hearing sickness. Let us be able to respect the leader of our country. Thank you for a full minute.
Thank you for your point tonight. Thank you for making your input. Let's take another person here from the WhatsApp. Hello, you're live. Can you turn down the volume of your computer or whatever you're using to monitor? Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
Nelson is Melvin Tabo calling from Seattle, Washington, USA, to be precise.
Let's hear you.
Sitting my car, driving to work. My mind is very disturbed. I'm disturbed. Not because I committed a crime, or not because something or somebody died for me, but I'm sorry for my country, Liberia, the country that cannot be deported from, the country that I am, that my name cannot be changed. That today we are seeing our vice president, being treated the way she has been handled by the ruling party because of politics. For God's sake. Nelson, let me just put myself today. I worked for the Liberian government for the past 17 years in the intelligence service. when such a thing happened.
So you former NSA man.
Of course, yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So when such a thing happened during former study time, former study would send the agent to the hierarchy house to do investigations, not call it crime on people like that. That was a professional investigation. But on politics. And a Joanna Taylor, she's not authorized to anybody to the nation. She's a permanent person. You don't treat her the way because of citizen you about the issue. So I mean, it's not about Liberia or local, it's not a local politics. But internationally, we are distressed. Internationally, Liberia has gone on the map once again. We need to do our work for politics in our country. The politics is not really anywhere because of somebody's own self-greed, because they want to approve a point.
So as a former NSA agent, what do you think in this case the government of Liberia should have done?
It's very simple. It's very simple. Look, I will not disclose information, but before during my selling and my administration, we want on the 12. There are people in Liberia that we saw taking drugs or doing illegality. We caught back in that operation.
So what should they have done in this case? That's exactly what I'm asking.
What she has done? If Joanna Taylor, if you have information on her, go to her house, drive to her house. It's not about HIG, the data police, the data DEA, drive to her house, interact with a woman, do an inquiry.
So let
Yeah, go ahead.
So in a case where maybe you have other international partners involved with a particular investigation, and then it points towards a permanent person in society, as a former NSA agent or given your own experience, what do you think should be done in the best interest of the country, or so as to ensure that the process is transparent? What do you think should have been done?
Look, Nelson,
especially where you have the involvement of international partners.
Nelson. I said, we should do away with politics. Liberia is our country. Liberia is a country that we cannot be split from. International community, they are very smart, they're very wise enough. They look at you, how intelligent you are in your situation. They will not push you to say, go kill the person, I'll go do this. They look at you, how you conduct yourself, how professional you are. The way you conduct yourself, they know that you are very mature as a government, as a kind of situation. Understand? They know. So, international community, we are the international community, brother. No, what I'm saying. But the fundamental which our government is proceeding is wrong. I would say today.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your. What did you say is your name again?
Melvin Tabo. I'm not myself.
Melvin Tabo, a former NSA agent, sharing his thoughts here on what he thinks should have been done in line with best practice, especially given the ongoing investigation or the unfoldings in the country. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, from my end. By the way, introduction, I'm Maurice Young speaking from Minnesota, Brooklyn Park.
Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Thank you very much. What is on my mind this afternoon, my brother? It has to do with unity in our country. Yeah, we got to come together as a Liberian. What we see in our country is so terrible. It's very terrible in a way that we're looking at drugs and we got our family, we have our children. At times, I don't know how people look at politics, look at political party. You know, each time when you get online to speak, people take you to align you with another party. I'm not a sedition, neither are you based. No, I've never voted in my life because the politicians are very, very wicked when it comes to decision making. Yeah, so I don't put myself into politics. I will speak for my nation. because this is what led up to the civil process today. The government is currently in power, going after the past leadership. You should know in mind that tomorrow is coming.
Okay.
You will never be in power. And then the government that will be in power at that time too will let go after you. You saw what happened during the war. You did that. You never came. LPC came. All the rebel factions that are coming. People are paying debt.
Thank you.
We need to look at our justice system again.
Thank you.
Let the justice be fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. We'll keep taking your calls on the WhatsApp line. The number is scrolling there. This is Spoon Talk. I'm Nelson Collier. We're live on the What's on Your Mind segment. Let's go back and talk to another person. Hello, how are you, sir?
Yeah, my name is J.D. Hutchison. I'm calling from New York.
Yeah, let's hear you.
And I just want to say that the government is doing extremely well, and I appreciate it. Great work, President JMB. But my concern here is about impunity. There are so many people walking around in Monrovia and the rest of Liberia have impunity. I was a victim from Grand Basakate, and I think it's something that the government needs to start to look into.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Another person here. Hello. Let's hear you.
Hi, this is Nelson.
This is Nelson. You're live on the show.
Yeah. Hi, Nelson. I'm Seattle calling from Atlanta. I have not called your show before, but I have to call now. This thing with the deportees coming to Liberia.
Okay.
That is just heartbreaking, Nelson. How can you take hardened criminals? How can Liberia accept hardened criminals that America doesn't want? Their own countries don't want them, but Liberia must be the one to accept them. Whatever terms and agreements they came up with, I don't even buy those terms and agreements. Because they give Liberia money, they give a 3-year visa. Even though go to the embassy to get visa, they will not even give it to you before they even give you 3 years visa. What were the senators, the government, what were they thinking? People, murderers, rapists, all kinds of people that we don't want here. Then Liberia will take them. And you got those girls, our daughters there, those females, the citizens, can't even get anything to eat. Or you take criminals from here and accept them. It's just so heartbreaking. It just broke my heart.
Thank you.
So I just had to call in, Nelson, and just give my 2 cents on that.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate your input tonight. Thanks for calling in. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello, Nancy.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. My name is William Somowulu.
Okay.
And then from starting, I want to say thank you for your great job you do. I always follow you. I'm one of your regular followers. Yeah, so my concern, I'm going to strip with the drug issue, right?
Okay.
We all are militating against drugs in our country, Liberia. But the thing is that when the cartel came on Facebook and then named the president's son, and then he went and replied the guys in based on what he said, but he went and replied and then he blocked them. But now the former vice president was arrested while she was on her way. The first thing the police should have done is that you should invite the former vice president, write her a communication and tell her to come with a lawyer to the police station. But they never did that. She was on her way. She was arrested at the airport. And today, the president's son is walking free. He has not been called in for questions. Is that how we're going to do our country, Nelson? We're all against drugs. For me, I don't let it deal with people with drugs. But we have to be fair to the disco. We have to be fair and honest when going through investigation. So that's my concern, Nelson. I want to say thank you for picking my call.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, Nathan. This is Steven calling from Minnesota.
Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, yeah. For me, I want to talk about the vehicle thing that's going around. Yeah, I know 12312. I think he's trying to score a point for CDC, but I don't think that he's really doing it the right way. And I don't think any legitimate company or well-known company would just allow a single person or an individual just call a company and say, look, I'm calling because of this XYZ, and so I want to get information. He didn't write letter. He just called. And we should also say
he sent an email.
They sent email.
Yeah.
Does he have a letter here on an email?
I mean, you saw the email that was displayed last evening. There was an official email sent to the company.
Listen now. Listen. Okay. In Minnesota, here we have an organization. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Okay. Minnesota here, and I think all states have organization. We have OLM here. If you want to get involved into any of those things, that concerns the country, like the police department of Minnesota, of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota organization should be able to represent, not want to go and single-handedly going to do investigation. It's nobody to go and investigate organizations.
All right. Thank you.
I don't think he's actually doing it.
Thank you for your input.
He's
Thank
just
you.
trying to score points.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts tonight. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's take another person here. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Nelson, I'm following you. I want to thank you for going up now. I just heard Who Know You Republicans spoke about people coming from America that go into Liberia that are criminal and lesbian and rest of it. You know, those kind of labor. They Who Know You Republican that just spoke. She need to be ashamed of herself.
Hello.
Yeah.
First thing is that she is a female. Secondly, on the What's on Your Mind segment, we respect every single view here. So you can disagree with the person, but to say what you just said, is unacceptable on the platform. Let's respect every view. We can disagree.
We are American. So that is just common. We can speak our mind. But when it comes to in Liberia, we say yes, sir. Nothing, yes, sir. I repeat my statement.
Thank you.
I respect you, sir, very much. So to continue, I just want to say, want to have once upon a time, Famite and then Leke. It was CEO who corrected him that time, and he ran away from the show. So there are things about 1-2-1-2 facts I don't really follow, because I know the young man is trying to come up. He want to be a part of the Spoon family, which of course it is very big. But information from him need more than 5 eyes on it before it can be spit out into the public. We know what is going on now. People cry in the street in Monrovia. They're killing our children. Even hunger is killing the children. Hardship is killing the children. No job to do is killing the children. Then drugs junkie on top of it. How can we solve the problem?
Okay.
You know, if we say no man is above the law, that's a simple English.
Okay.
That not every broker is above the law. I want to thank you. What you're doing, the eyes, the light that he have led today, may that mantle continue to live in Liberia in Jesus' name.
Thank you very
Nobody
much.
should be above the
Thanks a
law.
lot. Thanks a lot for your input. Thanks a whole lot. Let me now welcome the Honorable Dr. Moonbreaker on the show.
Why are you laughing, though? Why are you laughing? I mean, you look suspicious, though. Why are you laughing, though?
You can be introducing. You can be.
I mean, you look suspicious. You're laughing as if to say you have done something terribly that you just laugh. I don't know what you did, you know. I know what you did.
I know you want to talk about shoes. I know you want to talk about
You're not in compliance. I know. Look at Melvin. Melvin from the court. Look at the time he said in the document. When we have put it up. I wasn't the money I've been behind the big. I said, well, Melvin, what you got? Chief, I was saying it. Darius, look at Darius. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? I think, let me say this, right? I think the Liberian people should know that I don't know if I'm going to say you will get failed, maybe Titi will get failed with me. Why are you giving me headache? Why are you giving me problem? Huh? Yeah, oh God. Why you guys do this to me? Why?
Make it to all.
Make it to all now?
Yeah, make it to all.
Make it to all, right? But I will say this to you though. It's a sad time in our country. But on the other side, people consider it to be a great time in the country. All depends what side of the aisle you're on, right? Nelson? Yeah. Now, some people sad and some people happy. How did we get here though? How did we get here? I want to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us. We come in by way of Spoon Network and the Super Fabric, Voice of Liberia, Voice of Lawala Zoo, and all the zoo. Again, follow us all over on Facebook, on YouTube. Please share the show. Share the show. Let's make progress. Manjua is sleeping for the first time in her entire life. She's sleeping in a prison. She's sleeping right there in South Beach. Former vice president, former senator, former first lady. What the other title? Former this, former that. Hey.
Former deputy governor at the bank.
Yeah, former deputy governor. And I don't know. I mean, thank you for, look, something is happening, folks. You see, we're going to have a wonderful show today. Something is happening. Something is happening. Are you seeing what's happening, Nelson? There's a new firm, a new line of political leader them coming up now. And you see what is happening?
Yeah.
Send the whole drugs issued or the old party begin to break down the new party coming up. To be frank, new political leaders, moving on the new course. I'm hearing political leader, Edwin Melvin Snow, political leader, Amara Conan, political leader, Musa Belete, and let me tell my own.
I said this could be a breaking news.
But no, let me talk my own because you see, you won't give me a chance. That one, no, I was in the back on the show because me, I know look. Let me tell you something. I got my Wawa coffee, right? I'm going to drink my Wawa coffee because look, I'm going to be quiet today, folks. Wherever you're joining us from, just share this show. So you want to also tell me, Nelson, the University of Liberia couldn't open. Instead of opening, protests at the University of Liberia today.
Yeah.
All the way, President Boaga talked to them. They said they didn't do it. They agreed. All the way, Lester Tenney resigned. They said they agreed. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, ladies and gentlemen, where are you joining us from? Can you tell us something? I said, Boaga. Hey, man. So, Joy Howard Taylor in jail. And she's in jail for what? I want us to, Nelson, I want to change my computer. I'm hearing the echoing sound, but maybe I'll manage today and tomorrow I will change my computer. But Nelson, though, Bobby Zina White, can you imagine the former vice president, Shadrach, the former deputy bank governor, the former senator that represented her people from Bon County, the former first lady that stood there with Charles Taylor tonight. She's in jail. I want us to pause. Nelson, I just want to just calm down small. Chill, everybody. And let's just ask the Liberian people again. Who knew? Ali Kabar. We know nobody's above the law. What? Ali. But she's in jail for what? Simple speaking, she's in jail for what? Mankula's son, can you just tell me, Roslyn, can somebody just tell me and make me understand? Pa Jimama, tell me, talk to me. She's in jail for, you finish it. Amen. So Nelson, you guys, you was in that basic because they call you, you refused to take your course. So you was in that basic today. As I heard.
I was at the court.
Yeah. We believe you. That your ghost. That your ghost were at the court. That your ghost. Yeah, that your ghost. But Nelson, though, to say to you, the Liberian people got to finish the line. Former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor is in jail for X, Y, and Z. Finish it. I'm going to wait. Nelson, you want to open that line? Open that line. I got 3 more minutes. I will start the show. I don't want to bring everybody on here. I want to enjoy myself more because I'm thinking, Nelson. I'm thinking. I mean, I just cannot comprehend. I just cannot understand. I just cannot believe that the former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor today going to spend a night in jail. She walked through South Beach. Look, she knew the judge, the magistrate said, no, we will not give you no home confinement, no compassionate care, nothing. We are sending you, former Vice President. Can you identify yourself? She said, my name is Madam Joel Howard Taylor, former Vice President, Republic of Liberia. Then the magistrate looked at her and said, having read through the document, the court is hereby ordering you. Amen. Zolowski, Foxhole, Tango. Sunshine. Amen. Can you imagine? Look, this is some serious thing we are talking about here, my people. This is not a joke. So, Brazil, I mean, I know y'all want us to start this show, and we will. But again, I'm just saying to you, wherever you are right now in Liberia, outside of Liberia, something happened. Something is very, very historical. This is not about war. This is not about 1979, 1980, 1990, 1989. This is in broad daylight that the former vice president was charged. The former vice president was taken to court. The former vice president was sent to South Beach. For what? That's why you bring that Richardson. I was trying to enjoy myself. I get a few more seconds and you bring that Richardson home. Thank God we're not hearing you. Let's leave it like that.
I was telling you, I'll be quiet so you can enjoy yourself.
Allow me to enjoy myself, please.
I will.
Allow me to enjoy myself. But then if we flip, look, that Richardson. No, I don't know. When you saw the picture, the video, that Madam Joel Howard Taylor was just walking out of door. Not the video that she was going in, because Diamond and Nelson and all of them did exceptionally well. The video that she was walking out. Upon hearing the decision by the magistrate, by the court, that video, amen. And she put her hair up high. And I could see in her face and read her mind. And she said, Elah, lama sabachthani. My God, where have thou so far from me today? No, Nelson, come back on. Nelson, come back on. Yeah, Nelson, come back on. Don't run. Don't run. And she began to say, my God, hey Lord, where have I done? What have I done? And I see people crying. And they were weeping. The sharing of tears. I shed tears, folks. I did. Because I lost Joel. I really do. I like her. I don't know about you. I know the Lord got to be the Lord. The Pharaoh line by our friend and brother Musa Belete, let the Lord be the Lord. But I want to say to you, though, I shed tears. I just want you to take a quick look. Just quick look. And then somebody turned to Ben Samuel and said, son, behold a mother. And he turned to her and said, mother, behold a son. Let's play some of the video. Nelson, you got it ready? Nelson, can you upload some of the video, please? Do you have them ready? I know Nelson didn't get a video ready. You got to upload it, Nelson. But just look at the picture. Just imagine, just look at the photo here. Just look at the face of the former vice president, the former first lady, the woman in Gange days that no police officer would say, we are taking you to prison. The woman as the vice president moving with serene, one, and escort. Just imagine from grace to grass. Just imagine, just take a look. We start the show here, right? But just take a look, man. Our fellow Librarian, just imagine. She's looking at the pickup, the truck that she will be entering into to be spending a night at Saw Beach. Just imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine, folks. So wherever you're joining us from, somebody got to speak to us. Looking at this photo, they got to talk to us. What do you think? What's she thinking about? What's happening? Amen. Amen. I want to pause that. I know, listen, we're going to have a great show today, share this show, but look, Dr. Richardson. Yeah, this one is hit so hard. Can you give us a photo when we went to Liberia, the Spoon Talk group, and we pay a visit to Madame Joel? Maybe you'll find it online. If not, we'll try to send it to you. And we went to that Star program, something that Richardson, remember? And we were given a book and everything. Why Dr. George eating on our show. And I want to say to you, it's very, very important for us to just understand that hi. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. It's good to have all of you. Let's make progress. We'll be calling some names of individuals that the government have given plea deal to that led to the arrest of Madame Joel Howard Taylor and the arrest of other big people in the government and outside of the government. We are hearing that more arrests is coming on. If we have the time, I don't know whether today or tomorrow we'll talk more about the car issue, but right now we'll focus on Joel and the university It didn't open today. What Mama Kwanya said. So welcome to the show, folks. Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you. Dr. Josh, it's good to see you, sir. Nelson, I'm begging you for the sake in the public forum. I take God to beg you. Please upload all of our video, Nelson. I know you're acting like you're doing it now, but when you go in the bar, a different thing. I will call you tired. Nelson, which one of the phone you're using today? Can you text me from the phone you're using? Because you will say you text me on the wrong phone number. We're not hearing you again. You see, they may not even go here when you're hearing him.
The first video is up. The first one is up. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be waiting for all of you. I appreciate you, Nelson. Thank you very much. Let welcome you, Fully Henry. It's good to see you. Fadiga, thank you for joining us. Bangura, we missed you yesterday, but thank God you are here. Let's have a great show. It's going to be a wonderful show, but I will ask us to hear from the people. Our people want people. Because of them, we are here. We just want to just remain calm, chill, and understand that Richardson, the dogs are backing, not the regular backing. Let me check and see who's there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start the show by my thoughts and ask all of you guys to say your thoughts specifically about what is happening in Liberia today. Madam former Vice President Joy Howard Taylor, as we all know, she was arrested and sent to Central Prison today. So we'll just get your thoughts about it. I like I said earlier, I believe that the government has a tall order. They have to prove the case. She's been charged. I'm sure Stanton will talk about it when he comes and we'll see the videotape. The last time that I checked, it was about 8 charges, including drug trafficking, money laundering, unlicensed importation of controlled drugs, illegal sales of controlled substances, illegal transportation of controlled substances, criminal facilitation, criminal conspiracy. And according to the law, they have to show that she knowingly, purposely, intentionally engaged in the behavior that she's been accused of, which is she was transporting cocaine, or she was trafficking cocaine, or she was engaged in money laundering. So we're gonna wait and see where the chips will fall. But one of the things that I was glad, I think Cynthia showed a clip where her head was up high. She's taking it as it is, and I was just very happy to see that. Sometimes the world does these things for us to break down, but let the chip falls as it may. We're saying just because she's a former vice president, she's a woman, so she's getting hits from all over. But I as I said, the place where Liberia is right now, nobody can put their head on the chopping board for anybody. It's just the nature of where we are. And I think I said before, it's between she, her God, and her lawyers. That's it. She, her God, and her lawyers. So it's a interesting day for me. Not that I'm only tired from work, but I'm also just hearing the news. I'm inundated with this news of the former vice president, Madam Joy Howard Taylor, being sent to Central Prison. And Liberia will be kind of, I think, moving on a new territory. I think Central, I don't know if you guys would agree with me. I know that there was a request for compassionate release. And I think this is kind of new for us in Liberia in the law circle. So I'm sure they will be reviewing that as well. So thank you. And I'm glad to be here today. I want to welcome everybody to the show. I hope that we give you a good show today, that you'll be able to get the news and what is happening in Liberia. So thank you, Stanton.
Richardson, thank you very, very much. Yes, indeed. We'll be having a wonderful show. What a day today in our country. So this is what we're doing on Spoon Talk. When you come, except when you leave, we'll just stick with those that year. And when we have an opening, we'll bring the rest of the team on. We can only take 10 panelists at a time. So I hope we can maintain our seat, and we'll respect you if you want to give others the chance. A lot of people will be joining in today because today, the 25th of August, is a historical day in our country that the former Vice President, Madam Joy Howard Taylor, was sent to prison, period. She was sent to prison. Make no mistake about this, this is big. We watched on January 3rd, here in the United States, the American government pick up a foreign nation president, arrested him from Venezuela, brought him to New York, where he's facing trial. Today in Liberia, this government allegation charges of cocaine trafficking and other charges. They arrested the former vice president, and therefore the former vice president today will be spending her first night in prison. Subdish. They were heavily guarded, and we have to discuss it. So we say thank you for joining us. Now there's a lot
dogs okay?
Say that?
Are the dogs okay? Because that's, you have to go, they were barking unusually.
I didn't go to check on them. I just went out to make sure everything. If they're not okay at the business, that's what you say.
Okay,
I'm going
that's
to check
fine.
on them.
It was on my mind. That's all. But it's okay. No, you don't even have to answer me. You can check me out what you want. That's okay.
My brother-in-law.
It's just the human side of me that just came out.
I know that human side of you. All I'm getting, but I know what you're saying. But yeah, all I get that human side of you. They don't give me a hard time, you know. I hope that somebody can carry them, but that's okay. The children love them. So my brother-in-law came to drive something up. That's why they are backing. But notwithstanding, that I just distracted me, man. I hope my wife not watching and wait for her also. Because they're seriously, those daughters, they are paying. Seriously. They know him, but they will back like crazy, like they never met him before. But anyway, I want to say to all of you, let's get back on track. Dr. Richardson, thank you. And we'll be discussing also, Dr. Richardson, it's good that you're here and some of the professors here. This thing about the university is getting crazy. It's getting so bad. They were scheduled to open today. The next thing we saw were protests. Do we have that video, Nelson? The university and the protests? And prior to the university and the protests, Nelson, what you have for us? You have it? Nelson?
It's uploading. It's uploading. It's uploading.
Imagine. And we'll talk about it. I just want you to show it a little bit. We'll talk about it. The day they're supposed to open, the day they're protesting, the day they call the police, the day Mama Paya asking for calm. What's going on? This is a big one. I want to say to all of you. Then who asked the representative? What's his name? Kuya, that man from, what's his name again? Fubi, you know him, right?
Yeah, Thomas Kuya.
Thomas Kuya. The children were booing him. You didn't see this, Dr. Richardson? Take a look. No, not this one, man. Anyway, I'm not talking because Dr. Richardson, I will beat you on. Not this one. See, they're calling him rogue. They're calling the representative, we are rogue. The day they should be opening, the day they are attacking and driving the representative from the campus. Folks, we're going to have a wonderful show today. Mama Paya Nantoshi tired. Mama Paya posted. No way. Let's not tell you resign. They posted at your business. We care about your resignation. We want full audit. Who eating the university money? Millions of dollars. People ate the money. Hey, I don't know. Are you getting tired? Someday you think you're gonna make this to the end? Are you getting tired though of everything that is happening? I don't know, but let's start the show. I'm done. It's 10:15. 9:15, 5:15. I work on all of you. Dr. Richard said, I know you have said your piece. You want to add anything now? You saw the rural video on Kuya for the university.
No, I only wanted to add, like, you're right. Some days you do get tired, but it's when you think about home, when you think about Liberia, you ask yourself, can I give up on my country, the place where my belly button, my neighbor string my neighbor string is buried. So, and then you just have to motivate yourself to continue. So sometimes you do get tired. But yes, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. And you're right. That comes to you, Emmanuel George. We're going to get into the conversation, but so we got two major things here: the University of Liberia and Joel Howard Taylor. Those are our only two topics for today, I believe. That's it. That's it, Nelson. We don't have any other one for today, right? Yeah, that's it. And political leader. Who will be political leader? Because now we have other people coming up to the stage. Eden Snow will be the political leader of NPP party. He will take over NPP party. He said Musa Benedict alone cannot be political leader. There's an opportunity. He's going to seize on the opportunity, and he will be political leader of NPP party. So Musa Benedict get somebody to contend with now, right? And again, I don't know, but let's have this conversation. But the major two conversations today, we'll leave the car issue for tomorrow. Joel Howard Taylor will be sleeping in jail precinct tonight, and the University of Liberia situation. Dr. Emmanuel George, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, Fadiga, Chief Henrich, Wilfred, Colonel Gray, Winfrey, and the Councilor Esquire Clayton. I look forward to the conversation this evening. I look forward to adding my thoughts and to what I believe is happening in our country. But for every Liberian, whether you are in position, other position, or your opposition, it was a sobering moment today. It was a great reflection for where we are as a people. It connotes that the law is the law, but it also helps us to understand that every one of us are presumed innocent until proven guilty. And I believe the entire nation is in a sober reflection. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a sitting former vice president have been taken to a court of law and incarcerated, despite opinions from regional leaders. The last time we had a situation in our country, it was a bleak, dark movement, but I don't think the vice president was not even in the country. So we have not had a situation, in my opinion, and I stand to be corrected, where a former vice president has been arrested and is currently incarcerated. It's a sobering movement where we're going forward as a nation. This is a point of determination for every one of us. There are a lot of people calling out saying, oh, the opposition is quiet. But when you are in the moment of sobriety, it's a moment of reflection, it's a moment of thoughts. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, I go into tabula rasa. So I reach to this area so that I have to reflect and think what is this forward. So this is the point of reflection for every one of us, whatsoever position you find yourself in. Because the next couple of days is going to determine the direction of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome again. It's good to see you. Fadiga, let's hear you.
Well, welcome to my fellow panelists. It's nice to be back here. Sorry I had to leave yesterday. I had a family emergency for which I had to run.
I don't need nothing on family emergency. The room was hard for you disappear. We all know.
What do I have? No, but on a serious note, I had a family emergency. But seriously, tonight we are going to be discussing some allegation of extraordinary gravity, especially against the former Vice President Joel Taylor. We read a couple of things from the meeting she had in Dubai to 135. A lot of things happened. And what I gathered for that there were detailed allegations. But those allegations have to be proven by facts. I think, like Emmanuel said, she presumes innocent until proven guilty. I think the government carry a very huge burden now of presenting those credible and admissible evidence. But what I don't want us to do And I pray we all can find a truce, some mutual ground on this, is that we must not turn this thing into a unity party versus CDC thing. They should remain Liberia versus drug cartel, Liberia versus organized crime. I think this is the only way we can win this fight against drug. I think we should say no to political immunity. I think we should say no to political prosecution. I think we should all pray for a speedy, free, fair, and transparent hearing. And then let's look, our code is not perfect, but it is what we have. Even in a great United States that pride itself for democracy, they're still going through. It's not perfect, but that is what we have. I think the government have done their part. That is with the court system, the judiciary. We should just pray that they do their part. But let us all sit, watch the process, trust the process.
Thank you very much, Hussein. It's good to have you. Phoebe, can we give you a minute because we got to jump in it? But I want you guys to clear your throat on these topics.
Yeah, it was good evening, everybody, and it's a good day. A good day for the country. And I listen to Fadiga say we shouldn't make it political. Fadiga, we can make all those appeal, but it will not work. Liberians will definitely make it political. Like I always say, everybody will defend their own criminal, any kind of way you do it. And that's the society that we have. And people, everybody loves to see crazy men performing, but nobody wants to see that crazy man in a family. And that's why you will see now it has become a huge political divide. But the point of we're giving preferential treatment. We had a former Chief Justice, a woman that could sit and decide the fate of the country by law. She was arrested for murder charges. She spent nights in South Beach until the Supreme Court vindicated her. So Madam Taylor is not special than Madam Mutuska. So they all got that's a society. We have to just be practical, accept it. The only thing we ask for, she should have a fair day in court, and her lawyers should play that role. Whatever the case is, let justice be done, and let's give her the chance. Like CEO said earlier, Kote Musa Belve, let the law be the law. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Thanks. Thank you for muting too. We want to bring in Bangura. It's good to see you, my brother. Let's talk.
Likewise, Stanton, it's great to see you. Let me use this opportunity to greet my fellow panelists as well as the audience in Liberia and abroad. It's good to be on the show. Stanton, look, we're living in quite interesting moments, and one would say that it might appear to be unprecedented, but this is not truly unprecedented, because if you look at history, in 2007, a former head of state was committed to the central prison. Charles Judy Bryant, you all know the story. He was charged for embezzlement of between $1.3 to $1.4 million. You know the story. So again, what stands out clearly today in our time is this undaunted political will, this presidential resolve, this sense of commitment that a president or a leader will make to his people, and that leader will become committed, so much to the point that it will be that his word is his bond. And he made it clear that nobody will be spared and there will be no sacred cow. I think those words will continue to echo and continue to reverberate. And the truthfulness is even seen today. And I believe that the fact that we arrive at this day when so many people who have been calling for transparent process, investigation, they want to know who are those behind this, and they wanted to make sure that the evidence is what investigators are following. Today, some are realizing that we have a head of state who is committed to this fight. And like I said the other day, it might lead us to a lot of
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's do it 1 minute because we got to jump into it. And I know you guys all mean well, but let's jump into it when we begin. Let's give others the chance for the intro. Conor Gray, welcome to the show.
Stanton, good day, everyone. You know, it's actually a somber day. Yes, others have outlined the historical aspect of, you know, people of higher stature in society going to jail for their own acts committed during their time. And Sienna, aka Joelle, is a childhood friend. I know her, and her and her sister. And like yourself, Stanton, she's just one of those people, you know, that appeal to my soul. I like her, so to speak. But you see, the beginning of ending impunity must start with you. When you start seeing your own individual, your own family members, you know, going to jail because society must be straight. Here in the U.S. where we live, of course, we see nobody's above the law. Regardless who you are, somebody will start citing some recent cases. But for the most part, the U.S. is noted for not bending the rule. But my only hope is that she's in jail for, you know, justly. In other words, if you've done the crime, you must do the time. But I wait to see exactly what will happen in the upcoming trial. That's why I'm not taking side with any group of people. But
thank you, Conor Gray.
It touches my heart, my brother.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Winfred Russell. Winfred?
Yeah, Stanton, thanks a lot. And it's great seeing all of my fellow panelists, including my dear cousin-in-law, all of the viewers and listeners. I know everybody talking about the extraordinary incident that happened in the country today. But if I may, I just want to use my 1 minute of opening to amplify and bring attention to the high rate of traffic accident in the country. That we really need to address that issue. I would like to call on the authorities, the government, to pay attention to highway traffic death all over the country. It is a threat. It is an issue that no one seemed to be talking about it or concerned about it until one of our loved ones, is killed. But we have a serious problem with speeding and on all healthy behaviors on various highways in the country and I like to amplify that and bring some level of attention to the problem. So that's what I want to use my opening for, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Russell. Let's hear you, Gamade.
Well, it's good to be back again on this platform to talk about our country and the issues affecting our people. It's a rather unfortunate day here to see the former vice president in the situation she's in. I have had the opportunity today to look at the writ of arrest and the facts that give rise to the government charges. And just given that, I can only hope that the government has a lot. We are talking about actions that are before the drug law even came into pass. And then you're also talking about actions she took as vice president of the country, having meetings with people. So it's for me, it's an uphill battle for the government. They are going to be, you're going to be trying to prove knowledge that she knew that even funds donated to a foundation were intended, or they had illegal sources, and so I don't think the government has a strong case at this point. Just given everything we've heard in the public so far is within our affidavit. Is nothing new unless the government has something strong. Also, the government case rests upon the government star witness, as you read in our writ of arrest, is going to be Bashir, and the other two people were charged in absentia. So you're talking about credibility. The government star witness has a huge credibility issue, and the defense lawyer would say in the part. So it's going to be an interesting thing, to see what happens at trial.
It's good to have you, Gamade. Let me bring in Kat Hassan, Kafiko.
Let me say hi to everybody. Today is a sad day. Today reminds me, and when our folks were gone down. Today bring back old memory to see a government manipulating the justice system, charging somebody, had a press conference and saying she directly linked to the 317, not the 19, but today come up and take us back to 2021, 2022, and you look at the case, all you can see that, okay, I gave you $10 for your foundation, so you the drugs cartel lady. Tells me that they was looking for something to put the fire that was in this government on these drugs. So they went back, started fishing of who gave this, who gave that, who gave this. If this system is working for the people, then I can promise the Liberian people today to what we know and what we say, Joao Taylor will walk.
So guys, let's get serious. Let's start the show. I want to welcome all of you. It's good to have you. Continue to share the show, invite others. We got to document. And every one of us understand you can put politics in this or you choose not to. But today is a very scary day in our country. For some, I said today is a good day. For others, they say, how did we get here? Most people, the individuals out there, just can't believe it. Arresting Joao Howard Taylor? Arresting Joao Howard Taylor because she's involved in drugs trafficking? On these charges? Republic of Liberia versus Joao Howard Taylor? Former First Lady, you can go ahead, and the rest of them, former Vice President, the most last recent position she had. This is not a joke, folks. This is not a joke. No way. Nobody. This is not a joke at all. So we got to discuss this. You can play politics all you want. Look at the charges. Writ of arrest. You are hereby commanded to arrest the living body of Joao Howard Taylor and forthwith bring her to the Monrovia City Court, Temple of Justice building, Moserado County, to answer the charges of importation of controlled drugs unless exportation of controlled drugs. And it began to go on and on and on. Unless sale, trading, in transit, transportation of controlled substance, illicit trafficking, criminal conspiracy, criminal facilitation, and criminal solicitation based upon the oath and complaint of the Republic of Liberia by and through the Minister of Justice plaintiff. Now they begin to go ahead. Guys, you got to listen to this. That in 2021, a gentleman by the name of Sheikh Bashir Kante brought to Liberia Taras Zodiriku, his alias name Tony, Mahonville, Overaf, alias name Michael. While the two foreign nationals were in Liberia, they conspired with Sheikh Bashir Kante to import and export cocaine in and all of Liberia to Europe. I'm going to pause there, folks. Let's go through this just a second. You have it. It's in the chat room. Is that right? You guys seeing it? Let's just go through the second thing real quick. The second paragraph. My fellow Liberians, you can talk to us by way of chatting in and we'll open the phone line. The second paragraph, does it say anything about Mount Jewel, Dr. Richardson? The second paragraph, just the second paragraph. Let's do our own online conversation here. Dr. George, you see anything connecting Mount Jewel to the second paragraph? That begins at that in 2021. Is there any connection, Dr. George? Okay, let me call Fadiga. Dr. George is based. Fadiga, are there any connection, Fadiga?
Well, that is where I've always said the devil
just the second paragraph. I want us to go, easy, because the Liberian people want to enjoy the ride. Just the second paragraph, Fadiga.
So the second paragraph, that is the one that said that the second one in 2021.
That's right. It said that in 2021, Sheikh Bashir Kante, right there.
So this is just my personal experience, just being in Liberia for the last 2 years and so. There isn't anything off about this with politicians. I've seen a lot of people that come and want to do investment. That in itself.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, is there anything connecting in the second? Maybe we'll get there. Let's take it paragraph by paragraph. Are there anything in the second paragraph connecting Manjua?
Just by that sentence, there's nothing. It seems like people come.
Nothing. Okay.
So if there is a more detail to that,
we will get there. We will get there. No. Fadiga. I know that's your initial AR or Mokoyu R. So we call you AR Fadiga. That's why I'm saying that. But Fubi, that kind of Fubi, because let me leave AR Fadiga small. Fubi, there's no. Are there any connection in that second paragraph?
So for me, I'm not a prosecutor. So they know what they saw.
Simple question.
We are asking simple question for the sake of our audience. Yeah.
They know what they saw, they know what they have, and they know what they put that particular narrative in there.
Next, man.
So I can be the one to say there is no connection.
Why are you on the show? It's to get your view. It's to give you analysis. That's what you're on. We are not, but Fubi will. We are not prosecutors. We are not lawyers. We have to talk to our audience. I ask you a simple question. The second paragraph up, simple. Is in the second paragraph, is there anything connecting Joao Otero to the second paragraph? Yes or no?
The fact that she
let's move on. Let's bring it on. The make it sorry. No, let me say this, right? Let me be fair. Maybe down the line, we will see the connection. But at least be fair now. So let me bring in Bangura. Bangura, the second paragraph, you have read it before. Let's talk. Is there anything connecting Manjuel to the second paragraph? Then we'll go to the third.
Stanton, the second paragraph is that independent of the first paragraph. This is a narrative. So you see the column there. So the column is about to give a detailed narrative to support the statement in the first paragraph. So grammatically, it does not stand by itself. It is supportive of the first idea. So now we're about to break it down. Is a detailed sort of narration of what follows in support of the first
so it's a duty, it's in support, it's connecting, but nothing there pointing to her that she's involved yet, right? We got to continue. It's a continuation yet now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Conor Gray, quickly. Are you seeing anything?
Stefan, can you put it up and see the full stop there?
No. It's not your turn yet. Yeah, wait for your turn, Chief. Conor Gray, are you seeing anything? Because we got to read the third paragraph here.
Like Bangura placed it, there should be syntax. In other words, you lay the premise up there and then you flow down. So if you ask me there's a correlation, I'll say yes. Yes.
All right. So syntax, correlation, conjunct. What the way you use background? Conjugation or what?
No.
What you just say?
No, I said paragraph 1 is a major thesis. We are now
thesis. The message syntax, the message thesis, the message correlation, and you use another word again. Yo, Paul, what else are today? Let me come to my friend Winfred Russell. Winfred, this is important to do. Let's do step by step for our people to understand. Winfred, we know we're getting somewhere. What say you of the second paragraph in this document, the rate of arrest?
It is clear there's some correlation between the two, so you can see the connection there in the second paragraph.
So what's the connection? What's the connection are you seeing, Mr. Russell?
The connection I'm seeing, well, you got to put a document back up, and then we can okay. So the connection that I'm seeing right there, it talked about. They talk about they're laying out the premise and talking about the connection between Sheikh, this guy who was brought to Liberia. His alias is Tuni, and then with Sheikh and Tuni. So you see the connection there. There were two foreign nationals who were brought into Liberia, and they both of them conspired to import and export cocaine in and out of Liberia to Europe. So you see that they laid the premise and then made the connection, the correlation between those two foreign.
Thank you. So they are introducing, and again, let me go to the decision here. Then we'll move to the third paragraph. I want us to just take it paragraph by paragraph for the people to understand. Governor Clinton, Councilor Clinton, let's hear you.
So, it's funny because the folks who accuse of politics play a lot of politics on this show. Look, this is simple English. Like, all of a sudden, nobody here understands English. If you read the first paragraph and the second paragraph, there's no connection. The second paragraph is just talking, say, about Sheikh Bakshiru coming to Liberia, and he and these two foreign nationals engaging in conspiracy. So there is no connection. The connection is in paragraph 3. So how in the world can these people read this thing and say there's connection in the second paragraph? Like, because you want to find something, there's no connection between paragraph 1 and paragraph. If you read paragraph 3, it's where they bring in Joel Taylor. That's where the connection.
Thank you.
Like,
thank you very much. Let me bring your brother Kev. Kev.
Sometimes people, I don't know what's wrong with these both guys, and they can just get it going to some kind of amnesia. They forget, they act like they don't know anything. You see a full stop, then you want to connect it. Stanton, and you look at it and you ask a question. Anything there on that second paragraph that connects and Joel? The answer is no. Because they said and they put a full stop. There's a full stop there. Period. It's there. Boom. Still not put it up there. You will see the full stop. See it there. You shaking your head. Still not put it there. You can see it? Oh, you need glasses.
Is column a full stop now?
Because you finish.
We're not in English language class yet.
So please, okay. So let's move on to the text. Let me say this quickly, and I think what is missing here, and it's good for us to take our time. They are introducing these guys and how they came together to the Liberian people, Dr. Rich is saying. And he said that in 2021, Sheikh Kanté brought in to Liberia Michael and Tony. They introduced them. And after they introduced them, right, and they say how he brought them in, we move to the third paragraph. So now we know who brought them in the country, right? What next? They came in the country to do what? As we will read, they're saying that they conspired with Sheikh. They came to Kev, can you mute? Kev, can you mute yourself? They came into the country, they conspired with Sheikh to do what? Import and export cocaine in and all of Liberia. Now we know the purpose of coming. Now we know who brought them. But hey, my fellow Liberian, what happened? Where is Joel Howard Taylor in this second paragraph? Let's go to the third. I'm trying to find Joel Howard Taylor. I'm looking for her. Now I know that Bashiri Kanté, right? He got them. Now I know that Bashiri Kanté is the man here. Now I know that he knows the Russian or the Ukrainian people he brought. But where is he? He's right there. Where are the two individuals? They are right there. Am I seeing Madam Joel Howard Taylor? No. Maybe I will find her. That in the same year, 2021, that Rich is saying, and this one is so important, that in the same year, 2021, the gentleman they called Tarice Zariloki and Michael Vorers and their co-hosts, to include, but not limited to Sheikh Bashiri Kanté, purposely undertook to contact top-level government officials. I want us to pause when they say government officials. Intentionally, the Justice Ministry added S. That Richardson, are you saying it? Can you talk to me? Because they think I'm not seeing your face. Look, I'm going somewhere with this thing that Richardson. They added S. That Richardson, are you seeing it?
Yes, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I see that.
So the 2021 Liberian people, which government was in power? CDC government. The document in front of us, not only saying, only Madam Joel Howard Taylor the one too. They are saying purposely undertook to contact top-level government officials in order to protect the organized transnational crime scheme, trafficking in cocaine. As such, Sheikh Bashiri Kanté in the year 2022 introduced Michael and Tony to defendant Madam Joel Howard Taylor, then Vice President of Liberia and a close associate of Sheikh Bashiri Kanté. That Richardson. We have a connection now. 2021, the document says she never met them.
They were conspiring.
They were putting the crime together. They were organizing. 2022, Sheikh Kanté introduced them to government officials. My fellow Liberian, you got to hear this, because the top government officials, not only Madam Joel Howard Taylor. So when we say, well, somebody from the CDC government coming up again, Phoebe Heron, people say, no. But Phoebe, government officials. What say you, Dr. Richardson?
Well, going by the document, it sounds like 2021, they were conspiring to entrench themselves into the government. They, like you rightfully said, they conspired to contact top-level government officials with an S, okay? And then in 2022, Joel Howard was introduced by Sheikh Bashiri to these two guys. That's where I believe you stopped. Now, again, somebody said on this show. Well, let me just save that part. I'll let you go. So I'll just stop there. 2022.
Okay. All right. So stop there. It gets interesting. I'm receiving some text message and say, wow, because people didn't know, and they thought that of George, who have only said government official Joe Howard Taylor. But it went beyond Joe now. It said government officials in 2022. In 2022, government officials include who? Top level government official. Talk to me, Emmanuel. Joe is connected now. The introduction was made. Conversation is happening. Who else?
Yes,
Who else they were introduced to? Emmanuel George, talk to me.
Yes, Stanton, on the surface, that's what we see, right? And if you give me some chance, I'm going to dive into something else with the same topic. Now, let's look at what is happening parallelly. The government of Liberia, RAID, is reporting that this meeting took place in 2022. It also saying that in 2021, rather, and saying that in early 2022, this introduction was made. But what was happening in the life of Sheikh Bashiru?
No, stay on topic. I beg you, Chief.
It's the same topic. I'm not changing anything.
No. We got to
on April 20.
No. I beg you, Dr. Josh, hold on 1 minute.
Yeah.
We passed the 2021 when he brought the people in the country. I came to you, but you were busy. We are on 2022 now. We are on 2022 now when he introduced them to Madam Joe Howard Taylor.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I agree. He introduced them to Madam Howard Taylor early 2022. So if except you want us to stop there, but in the same early 2022, on April 20, 2022, Sheikh Bashiru investigation by the U.S. government started with him. On May 19, 2022, Sheikh Bashiru was charged with diplomatic passport fraud. In May 2022, the Ministry of Justice Financial Intelligence Unit froze Chief Bashiru company account. In the same May 2022, President George Weah stopped the issuance of diplomatic passports. So either Joe Howard is very stupid, extremely greedy, to be dealing with someone who is on a thorough investigation in the United States of America, and her own government is putting freeze on this person's bank account. So, I mean, the parallel line seems to have a situation in my mind. I'm not an investigator, so the investigator understands. But Sheikh Bashiru seems to be in a lot of, and excuse me for the news of right, well, he seems to be a lot of shit happening in his life in the United States of America in 2022. And that's why I put a video in the chat room for you all to watch, because that video gave us a clear picture, a clear line of what's happening in 2022 in Sheikh Bashiru's life. And with this investigation line that they are drawing in what we see here, because we see this gentleman having problems in Liberia. So if Joe Howard is seeing that someone's bank account is being frozen by her government, why is she still dealing with this person?
So we will come to the why, we will get to it, we'll come to their relationship. But the document is very clear that early 2022, if we talk about the different month, week, and date, we can talk about it. But as you can see, it says early 2022. And you're right, but let's move on. Fadiga, my takeaway in paragraph 3, we got more former government officials now that will be worrying tonight who are met Sheikh Bashiru. Because it's very clear, not only Joe Howard Taylor, it's a former government officials, right? We know the introduction was made, we know they had connection, we know other people were involved. Talk to me quickly, 1 minute.
It's not surprising. I think we've said that on countless occasions that in the last administration, drug was a means of economic sustenance. The records are there. That how it was so easy for those guys to walk away with, from that case, the 100 million case. We saw the tip from the LDA at that time. What is it? Are you bringing the hard sustenance? We never saw these kind of arrests. So when people try to say, oh, nothing's being done, arrest wasn't made in the ghetto. There were memorabilia. There were a lot of things to show that something. So it's not. So I'm not surprised that they came in, presented themselves as whatsoever. What are they knowing? My thing, and I want to be fair, give the benefit of the doubt. Did she knowingly support this thing? What did she say? Did they come and say, Joel, we are drug kingpin, we want to bring our cocaine in the city? And she said, oh yeah, I'm Mama Joel, I will help you to transport it. What drugs? What specific consignment? I want to see some high solid evidence. And I'm sure that some of these things will be coming out at the case.
And you're right, because it's just introduction right now, right, Fadiga? It's just saying that I want to know. Did they tell her that they were coming to traffic drugs? To move drugs? Well, we're going to know. Let's go through there. I will not bring everybody on this one, but I'll bring the last two individual quickly. We got to go through the other paragraph. Let me bring you in. Governor Clinton, you as a lawyer, Governor, what's coming up, number one? So can you confirm tonight that other folks in the past government CDC will be brought for questioning? Because if you look at this line, it's very, very clear that it's saying undertook to contact top-level government officials in order to protect the organized transnational crime scheme. What say you?
Well, they are speaking from the perspective of the defendants in this case. So it's hard to know. So you have to think about whether when they made those contacts with these government officials, were they telling them we are engaged in legitimate business, or we're trying to find ways to do illegitimate business and we want protection for it. So it's going to depend on whether the government has that kind of information that when they contacted these officials, they were explicit. I think for the first time I agree with Fadiga here, when they made these contacts with this, telling them, look, we have this very bad business here, but we need protection from it. We can offer you money. Or were they offering themselves as a legitimate business and they were looking for support to the government? So that's again, it depends on the information that the investigators have.
And guys, you in the back, I'll bring you in. Let me hear from Phoebe quickly, and then we'll bring Yeket on. We'll be in and out. Phoebe, well, what is coming out of you? We'll run through this paragraph and bring the rest in, because I want to talk about the trip she took to Dubai, who she met. But Fadiga just twisted me to say maybe she didn't know. Maybe she met all these people, but she didn't know they were killers. She didn't know they were drugs kingpin. She didn't know. Talk to me, Phoebe.
Yeah, so that you can combine. She probably didn't know, and also she probably knew, and that's why the opportunity will be given to her to go to court. And they keep using Bashiru. Bashiru now is the key man in the whole deal. And, know that he was convicted in the States. Bashiru is in Liberia. People showing his video moving around. And now they have tied Bashiru to her and also linking introduction to other key government officials. Bashiru also had diplomatic passport from the same government. And also, like I was just joking, Gray, I saw instead of a CDC project because you guys get him a diplomatic passport. Probably getting a diplomatic passport to influence a drugs and to facilitate a drugs trade. Because with that kind of passport, you can easily get some diplomatic privileges at major airports to get your things done. And so you made a man who he was. Probably there's a lot of things that were done. So we hope that the prosecution have very solid evidence that they can use to nail her in court. Because if you bring your high-profile person to this kind of saga, you already see the tension in the country. In the country right now is politically tense from all sides. People want to see her go to court. People want to see her out. But we look forward to seeing that. But I don't. Whoever that is also tied to it, like we've all been saying, where the chief fall, let justice be served, because the allegations against her are not just small allegations. Besides the few money that they gave her, 45, 75, and 15, like somebody was saying, the 15,000 that they gave in this year were probably a setup to probably close the gap and say, okay, now we have the reason to actually nail her. And so those are some of the things that we look forward to seeing a good case in court. So at least you have some
let me, before you go, right? I beg you, not before you go, but I got to bring Yeke on, so we got to just be in and out. It's fair for us to say this, and I like the way Fadiga took the spin on this one. We can go through the paragraph right there. After the introduction in the early 2022, defendant Joao Taylor met Sheikh Bashir Tarus and Michael at her Sophie residence located in Congo Town, Masrata County. During the BT at defendant Joao Taylor residence, Michael and Tony, the two guys then, their name, how I would call their alias's name, invited her to travel to Dubai, United Emirates, UAE, to meet with Michael, the Croatian national, no, Nicola, the Croatian national, and the drugs kingpin, rank leader of the cocaine transnational crime cartel in Dubai. The log at the H Hotel, where the meeting was held about using Liberia as a transit point for the illicit trafficking of cocaine, to which she agreed. To which she agreed. We spoke about Joa's trip to Dubai prior to her arrest. When they arrested her, we spoke about this trip again. But the last sentence, my fellow Liberian, the Justice Ministry saying that she agreed. Russell, they are saying that these are allegations to which she agreed in that meeting that was held at the H Hotel, Russell. Talk to me.
Wow. Is that, so they are carefully weaving this this whole story bit by bit by bit. And when the way it is being laid out, Stanton, it is being cleverly laid out, pointing her directly to this illicit activity. And it say, so she knew, she had some knowledge that this was not, oh, let's just go shopping. This was not just some sort of mundane type activity. And the actors that were all there, these are people with checkered past. So she knew what the deal was. I mean, the way they've laid it out. So she agreed to all of what they laid out. So she has some knowledge. So she's not some sort of innocent player in all of this. She was not some sort of innocent bystander. She understood the language that they were sharing out there with her. So when they say that she agreed, that means she had knowledge of what this was all about.
Let me come to Yeke. Welcome to the show. I mean, you're going to just start where you met us, Yeke. But they say Madam Joao Howard Taylor agreed to cooperate with those guys in the, transnational crime scheme. Welcome, Yeke.
Yeah, listen, Stanton. I think what they are saying is Bashu said that she agreed. Because I think they are quoting Bashu. Because Bashu is the focus person now. It is Bashu that they are using to give all the informations. So I think they should be quoting Bashu to say Bashu says she agreed. But when the Justice Ministry is saying that she agreed, were they in the meeting to know that she agreed? So let them be specific to say, Yeke say the first lady, the former vice president agreed. Then we'll know from where they speak. But when they keep saying she agreed, how did she agree? Who are there in the meeting from the Justice Ministry? Stanton, in the letter you just read, they say government officials in the rate. They say government officials. I posted on my page today that are they going to invite former President Weah to caution him or something? Some people came on my something and started saying things. Sedition thing, I'm going after former President Weah. Look, I'm a security person. I got my information and I was in another chat room. They're talking about inviting Honorable Edwin Snow for money laundering. That's not the only thing they want to do. They want to indict opposition leaders. They want to break the opposition down. So when we get the information, we put it all, then people try to take it different. I don't care because I don't work for somebody. I'm an independent person. We want the Justice Ministry to be saying Bashu say it will be all right. Now for them to be saying Justice Ministry says she agreed. Were they in a meeting? So they have become a suspect too. They were in the meeting, so they are part of they were part of the discussion. So we need to know who from the Justice Ministry is saying that she agreed. So they can ask them some questions, so they can investigate them too. Stanton?
Okay, let me bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, for once, let's just take out the policy hat, right? Before we go to Dr. Richardson and the rest of the guys. They are saying on record that she agreed, Conor Gray, that Madam Joa Howard Taylor agreed. And listen, yeah, they didn't quote, and again, just read it, Conor Gray, it's right there. The log at the Ish Hotel, where a meeting was held about using Liberia as a transit point for the illicit trafficking of cocaine, to which she agreed. Let's agree with what Yaka is saying, Conor Gray, that Sheikh Bashiri Kante is the key witness here. He has struck a deal, I would say this to all Liberians, a plea deal with the Liberian government. He went into a deep plea deal. He's the one that needed to talk. And he talking. And we will talk about it later. But he looking at Madam Joa Howard Taylor and saying, these are the recordings. You remember when I went to your house and I gave you this amount of $1,000? They are saying he was wired. These are allegations. They are saying conversation between he and Madam Joa Howard Taylor all this time, saying he went back to Liberia. It was all been monitored by the Joint Security. They are revealing to the lawyers. And in discovery, my brother Gamma that will help us, the lawyer will receive all of those evidence that will be brought in court. But she agreed. She agreed to work with us. We have it on tape. I am telling you, she was in the meeting. Again, she's innocent, and Fadiga wants us to say we are not charging her yet. But how strong is this? Conor Gray.
Well, Stanton will look at two forms of evidence. One would be circumstantial, unless we have the audio to that conversation, which would be stronger evidence. But I doubt if the session itself was recorded. But then they'll look at other forms of evidence. Say, for instance, what precipitated the issuance of a diplomatic book to this very individual called Bashir Kante. So one who say the vice president is now who issues a diplomatic book. Well, if she used her influence to get that book issued, the question is, she broke the law because Bashir is not entitled to a diplomatic book. If she made it possible, that is an aiding and abetting move to get him to go through security without being checked. That's another way they can verify this. But I want to believe she probably might have been the influence behind this gentleman getting a diplomatic book, which enabled him to go through without being detected as anybody in this circumstance. So many ways they can come back to verify if they don't have any kind of audio recording. Yes, like I said previously, definitely they're not going to move that way, but they will say, well, who gave the order for this man to get diplomatic book? And that book, if they can find out whether or not it actually helped the process of smuggling to whether, by the way, Bashir is needed here in the States, is John Bill. So he's an international criminal. By extension, if you're doing business with him, it's also implied that you stand some inherent risk. Anything he does can also come by, especially if you're in association with him. So many ways they can nail the VP, madam, but I think also far I'm hearing are circumstantial pieces of evidence. I don't know if I can hold that as tangible, but I know how the prosecutor might move. I don't know how that will be argued out in court. This is a legal situation here, madam.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. I'm just gonna say my piece, and then where were we on the? I think Gamanin and Kef wanted to say something as well, right? About, I think Senator was on the, they said the third paragraph where she agreed. They said, let's stick to she agreed. What would you ask? What, I mean, she agreed as if they were there. How did she agree?
So the thing is, I don't know if the government came to power in 2023. So I don't know when they started this investigation into Sheikh. Was this government investigating Sheikh before they came to power? Is another thing. We're talking about meetings that happened in 2022 when she went to Dubai. This government didn't even take over until 2023. But again, unless there was some investigation before then, and Sheikh was, you have recalling. Now Yeka is right. You only have Sheikh is the one who's saying that when we had this meeting, she agreed. So, but then the problem is Sheikh is not a credible guy. Conor Gray just said this guy is a fugitive from justice. This man is running away from America. He's over the place. So there's a credibility issue with this witness. Who is going to be the one testifying that when we went to this meeting, the vice president agreed? The vice president could have gone to the meeting because she was being told that this guy was an international investor, right? So this government has to do more than what they're doing. This star witness is a problem. Unless they have recalling, unless Sheikh was thinking ahead and was recalling on his own the vice president in 2022 before this government even came to power, just a testimony of Sheikh alone. If I was sitting on a jury, I'm not listening to that guy. He's an international criminal. So look, good luck to the government of Liberia.
Yeah. So thank you. I'm interested in knowing as the case unfolds. How did she agree? Was somebody recording her? Were there other people in the room? Who was doing the investigation? Was it during WEA time or during Unity Party? People were doing the investigation. Those would be important questions that should be answered. I think only objective Liberian should be asking themselves about those questions as well. And I want to also keep in mind that Sheikh Bagur, or whatever his name, Sheikh Bashuru, plea bargain with the government to testify and call names. So that's an important thing to also keep in mind as well. So Kef Hassan, would you say your piece as well?
Dr. Richardson, and thank you. You see, Emmanuel George was going somewhere. I wish that allow Emmanuel to explain the details. Dr. Richardson, Sheikh spent almost 3 years in jail in America. Yeah, it was an FBI case. If Sheikh had any dealing with drugs, that will be on his charge sheet. It's there. People can look him up here. There is no single drugs on his case in America. It was 5 years. They gave him 3 years because the 2 was a suspended prison. He went to Liberia in October 2024. Right? Sheikh just updated his Facebook page. He's not in jail. So the paragraph that Stanton read, they're telling us this is a man that did business with drugs cartel. But he updated his Facebook page. He out to and this weekend he went live twice. What kind of justice is that? The government under President Weah took the passport, stopped everything from him, investigating him. That's Joy Howard Taylor government. She know. But there is no single, the Liberian government under George Weah and the American government will investigate no single drugs charges on him. Are you telling me this man was arrested, right, in America? Then the Liberian government now telling us that he was doing all those drug business. They couldn't get no trace in America where he served 2.5 years in jail. They couldn't get nothing to see his link, because when you get arrested in America, yeah, they will check you. You're in and out. If you have traveled, what country you travel? Because he was supposed to pay, I think, $11 million. They will check you. Where that money? Where you how far? Look for Sheku. You see how they're checking? Just imagine the news media checking how Sheku working here and everything. So why all his charges, no drugs, nothing? How can you link Joel Taylor now with this man that was doing business? Why are this not coming out? You know what, Dr. Richardson? The American government could have and get hold of that thing and link Joel Howard Taylor long time and say they are in this together. They are in this together. So everything you see here is just fun.
Again, guys, let me say this to everybody. I know it's a heated conversation, right? Just cool off. Just calm down. I will agree with my brother Fadiga today. The devil is in the detail. It's bad. That's why I'm using the devil. If it were good, I would use the angel. But this is so bad, Dr. Josh, that the devil is in the details. Make no mistake. What is happening today, what we are talking about, I want to draw your attention when they say that government officials, they just not come back today to say government official. No, S. Who gave? Wait. I don't know whether I should go there. Kev, pause. We'll talk about Bashir Kante. How long he spent in jail? Yeah, you said 3 years. It wasn't 3 years. What they charge him for? It's online. Wire fraud.
Oh, no, I said almost 3 years, 2.5 years. Not exactly 3 years.
Okay, but you finish talking that way, but man, you're allowed to interrupt. Let's get it straight, right? Do you know, my fellow Liberians, and this is the time I want to talk to them. Fadiga, do you know that Sheikh Bashiru Kante, when he went to Liberia, he told the Liberian government, he said, but he was in Ghana. He said, I'm willing to cooperate. He said, look, I agree. As alleged, let me put that in that way. Because everybody says, stand up, say alleged. He said, I agree. I want to talk. But I don't only want to talk. I want to call name, Bangura. Who are involved? What do we do? And the man began to vomit. He began to call name. He said, but I don't want to talk as Sheikh Bashiru Kante. I want my lawyer. What you guys going to offer me, Dr. Richardson, for me to talk? Liberia, you're going to hear this. He said, what you guys going to offer me? If you offer me something, I give you the bigger fish. The government offering something. It's a plea deal. Well, Clinton, don't act like you didn't go to law school. Then we'll question. We'll question your practice we are practicing. You know, it's part of the process.
Wait, what we talking about?
Yeah, but hold on now.
You call me. You want to discuss PBU? We can discuss it.
Clinton, hold on. Let me look. You think the government wants Sheikh Bashir, they will not grab him and turn him over to the American, or maybe just put him in jail? If you talk about people hired, look, for the guy, as alleged, people hired him, that he met in government, in past government, people in this government that he met. They needed more information. So he sat on with the government, joint security. The first thing they did, they took his passport from him. The old diplomatic passport and the new passport, everything, he had a diplomatic passport. He did. He had a diplomatic passport. We all showed it before. It's right here. No, let me tell you something. The vice president office can get anybody diplomatic passport, Congress. They can give you diplomatic passport. They agree upon. We shouldn't waste time. We'll put you on a second title and give you diplomatic passport. But he met them. He said, man, give us your passport. You will not be able to travel except this thing is resolved. He agreed. He went with his lawyer. They agree on everything. They said, we got to put you in jail or safe house. He disagreed. They went back and forth, and he and the government had that agreement with his lawyer. Then he began to talk. Do you know how many times he visited Madam Joy Howard Taylor? Do you know what happened when he visited her while on a police investigation? Do you know how many times Madam Joy Howard Taylor, as alleged, pressed her phone, record button, and recorded her voice and sent it to him? That the government have? Do you know how many times whenever he was going to Madam Joy Howard Taylor's house, he went with the approval of the government? Guys, let's chill. We are not talking about 2021. We are not talking about 2022. Yo, wait. Let the process begin. Look. If any of you know anybody that around Madam Joy Howard Taylor, very close to her, your eyes, what to show her. She's innocent, folks. But at the end of the day, do you know the request of Madam Taylor in those recordings? Do you know how much she requested? Lord. Folks, it will be better that we all just talk what we know. The investigation is deeper. The investigation is getting larger. The investigation is getting scarier. Madam Joy Howard Taylor has alleged she discussed $300,000 for counter tour for NPP. And she also discussed another $500,000 for counter tour for CDC. No, I need your attention, folks. I need to give you something that you don't know about, but I will say to you, wait for the trial to begin. I need to give the nation this breaking news today because Madam Joy Howard Taylor, thank God, she got one of the veteran lawyers called Kabina Janet, Super Wu, Garrison Yeru, and Mr. Councilor Kanga. She got her entire good team. They got to fight. But for her to meet, they may enter a house, that's what you're saying. Or maybe I can pause to hear you guys talking. Or if you want more, I can give you more. Do you know that George Manneh, we have already spoken to some of the investigators in this case? I'm going to tell you who he spoke to, the former president, George Manneh. Do you know that he called the individual, he talked to him, one of the investigators in this case, and said, what do you have? No, I'm not giving the George Manneh, we are in the breaking news. Let me leave it. So when I hear Sidisha saying, Joe, we are coming to Liberia, I asked a question yesterday, Fadiga. Joe, we will never protest if he hear or see this allegation on Madam Taylor. But let me pause. The people that still don't drink some of your coffee, drink some water. I got a lot of information coming your way today, and I want to say to you. Cap, if you enter around the show, we'll take you from there, my man. Seriously. We're having a serious conversation. That Vlad, you don't know nothing. Don't come and say that, Vlad. People are having the information. We have sources. You don't know nothing, Kev. Don't do that. We are discussing serious issue here today. No. The best you can't say that, Vlad. You understand? You can't say that, Vlad. You know that your president, your political leader, talk to somebody. I will call the person in before the show ends. You know that he was in Ghana. He talked to this person in Ghana when the person Jeff visited Ghana. You know who backing for Joy Howard Taylor? You said that, Vlad. Kev, we are deeply rooted in form. Don't say that, Vlad. You can say your own, but don't do that. That's Richardson. This is a serious thing. I will agree with my brother, Fadiga, that the devil is in the detail, but everybody needs to chill for the case to proceed. Let's do a quick round at Dr. Richardson. Let's see. We got a lot of very important information.
One of the need to discuss plea deal again. You don't want.
No. We are going into the conversation now. Without discussing plea deal, you want to stay here with somebody time. You're a bad man. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. Can you imagine? She's on tape. She pressed the button on her WhatsApp. She recorded her voice. She sent it to Sheikh Bashira. Sheikh Bashira visited her 3 to 4 times. He was wired. He was sent there purposefully. The IB Bank transaction, and everything, it got to be proven in court. But they say the evidence is overwhelming. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson. She's innocent, by the way.
You know, interesting. Like you said, it says contact higher level government officials. And we want to see Joy Howard is the only person who's facing the law right now. She's the only person being charged. So I'm interested in knowing those other government officials in the coming days or whenever they will charge them. I'm really interested in knowing. Then that will help me understand how we feel about people that we charge in our country. Number 2, I heard you say that she wanted money for CDC. She wanted money for NPP. Somebody said on the show, people who come in to import drugs or to sell drugs, they don't come with receipts. They don't come with things written on their face saying, okay, yeah, I'm here to do drugs. I'm here to import drugs or whatever. They come as charitable organizations, as they come as being investors. So we want to hear, you know, did they come in saying that they could donate money, perhaps to CDC, to NPP, but how did she agree? Who was there? Those are questions that I have. I really want this case to unfold so the government can tell us, how did she agree? You know, how did she ask for money for CDC? Did they give the money? How did she ask for money for NPP tour? Did they give the money? And the tape recordings, it'll be great. Let him play the tape recordings that they have of her saying that, I don't know, you didn't tell us anything that was on the tape recording, just say her voice was on the recording. So I'm interested in knowing that much. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, I agree that you're interested in all the other stuff, but look, when we receive this intel, right, that the former president, I'm coming to you, Dr. George, and Dr. Richardson, you're right, we'll wait for the case and see who's next, that the former president, George Manuel Weah, met. They didn't meet, but he spoke on the phone to one of the investigators in Ghana. Dr. George, if this information is true, what say you? We'll talk about the recording aspect. It's true. That one feels true. I just, you know, little bit of it and the person called it off. That one is true. The guy recording that she sent to this guy is on his phone. The Jones Security they got it. They got all this recording. But let's talk about now President. We are called this Johnson, the person, right? Most recently, the person was in Ghana. President, we are called the person. And President, we spoke to the person. I know Sidishan can say what they want because some of them, they are not informed. I'm not afraid to take care of Hassan. He can say anything, but I challenge him to it. And I will call the person name on the show tonight. Talk to me.
Oh, Stand President, we are calling. He's the political leader of the CDC. He has critical decision he have to make. The CDC were called in. The first statement the CDC made when the former vice president was arrested was a strong statement. So as a leader, he wants to have an insight into what the next move he will have to make. So if our president, we are make the same call. Every one of us on this line making calls to get information as to what is happening so that we can make informed decisions. But coming to the case, then again, I will continue to emphasize this point, and the public forgive me, and the Howard Taylor family forgave me. Madam Jewel, when I did my master's and PhD, she granted me interview because of the topic I was writing on, and I have strong respect and admiration for her. But when you look at the history of Conte and the history of this case, I don't know, either Madam Taylor is very greedy, she's very stupid, or something is happening here. Because when the investigators say, how much money we talking about? Like, Brempo, listen, $135,000. $135,000. $135,000. $75,000 to her foundation, $45,000 to shopping in Dubai, and $15,000 in August 2026. That's what I just don't find, because this gentleman is a well-known criminal. Why would anybody at the level of the vice president be dealing with a well-known in August 2026? Someone that is wanted by the U.S. government. He bailed out of his supervisory release. He ran away from his release. But Stanton, let me add this, and I'm closing. The Weah government froze the account of Shekinah. The Weah government, according to OCCP Arab news outlet on May 19, 2022, withdrew those diplomatic passports that we keep emphasizing on. But on April 2nd, 2024, I don't know who was president for Liberia at that time, but you all just think about that. The civil law court released the access of Royal Gold Trading Company on April 2nd, 2024. The civil law court released that access that was frozen during the former administration. So again, I want to close by saying, when you look at the criminal activity of Shekinah, I'm extremely surprised that anybody with such a reputation will put their name on the line for $135,000. But we go to court, we'll listen to this case, but it's just it's a case that I find it difficult. Yes, there are something, and since they don't have given me time to talk, I am hearing. And
no, be generous now. Let's bring in Fadiga.
Okay, but you are not around. I'll finish space for you.
I'm with you there, Emmanuel. I was a little shocked when I saw the money because by my calculation, Madam Howard has been in, Taylor has been in government for a while. She has several high-profile positions. By all calculations, she should be a millionaire, a well-to-do woman. To see her, especially with the idea of her son that it was alleged that he was messing with drugs, either she's not street smart, or she was very comfortable with this thing. But I keep hearing people talk about, Bashiru is not credible. Look, he may not be the best character. He may not have the best character, but it doesn't mean that everything that he's saying is false. I think the decisive question we should be asking is how can we verify those information that he's producing? Are they credible? Can they be, corroborated by bank account, different transfer? From every indication, based on the scenario that Stanton is putting up, I think she got very comfortable. And my head is spinning right now. Most of those doubts are being something. And one other thing that comes before I end this thing. If you guys remember, close to mid-March 2023, I think, I'll stand to be corrected, the former president was invited to Langley. Is there a correlation between this and that invitation to Langley? Because mysteriously, Bashiru disappeared while he was on a supervised release. Could this be he was planted, sent to continue, because Madam Taylor is a very high profile senior government official. Could it be that he was?
Now, but let's see what the conversation now. Without insinuation will lead to another place. Let's just stick with this.
What I'm saying here is,
no, I don't want us to insinuate like that.
I'm not going there. What I want to say, I'm talking about what I want to say here is,
no, but your own is limited. We don't want to assimilate like that, but man.
In as much as she doesn't fit the profile of a typical cartel leader, there are certain broad decision that she took, maybe because the power that got to her, but like George Emmanuel said, she probably, I don't want to sound rude, crazy, or something wrong with her, because in this day and age with a lot of recording devices and things, for us to be that careless, I don't know, but
let's say this quickly again, because we got a lot to talk about. I want to say to all of you, please go on Facebook, YouTube, share the show. We got to bring the other guys there on. We got to move up and down here. Let me come to my brother Wilfred Bangura. There's an IB Bank account information. The money was transferred to Fadiga. We are giving this information because we just don't wake up in the night and dream about giving different information. That information from our credible sources. There's an IB Bank account. Individuals that used to work for Joel Howard Taylor, they were moving the money from that account. So therefore, when you talk about wire transferring, right, Fadiga, you know, money laundering, they established that. It was established with the account information. It was established. Those people in Liberia, you know, Liberians got to know this. She's innocent, folks, but the document, the evidence is overwhelming. The account was opened purposely for those transactions at IB Bank, as alleged, IB Bank. And I want everybody to listen to this. And the individuals that used to go ahead and pick up the money and take to Joel Howard Taylor, the Jones Security have investigated them in line with their account document. Let me come to you, Bangura. I think, Bangura, the Jones Security were very careful this time around. I think the investigation that involved the fire situation at the Capitol building that was headed by the Minister of Justice and Gregory Coma, Liberia National Police, I think they messed up. And based on that, I think the government tried to be even more careful to present a credible evidence for prosecution. What say you, Bangura?
Well, sometimes I think these developments are very significant. And, you know, when you say 135,000 or thereabout is an insignificant amount of money, I wouldn't like to agree with that, because just any amount of money involved in any act that is unorthodox is a significant amount. You know, Yaka hinted a point when he came on, and he wanted to see who said what. I mean, he wanted to see quotation marks. And I thought that the lawyer we have here would provide some education for us. The stage at which we are now is the stage wherein you try to connect the individual to the crimes. So you're trying to look for probable cause. And that is what the court will look for. If you cannot show probable cause, the court is going to throw the matter through the window. So the charges were stated, and you have to link that person to the crime. So hence the $100 and some $1,000. I think that's significant. But yes, here's what I want to say in connection to Sheikh Bashir. Our brother Kev argued here that he was under the American investigation, but not for drugs. That was for wire fraud. But why didn't the Americans investigate him for drug? They wouldn't have investigated him for drug because he didn't try to transport drug to the United States. So that is a whole separate issue, a whole separate case. In this instant case that he is linked to drug, he must be investigated in light of the act. So again, generally, everything we've heard so far is just allegation that must be proven in a court of competent jurisdiction.
All right, let me bring in hold on, let you right there, Russell. Let's bring in Clinton. Then we'll come to you, and yeah, Kev. Jacob, it's good to see you on, my friend. We got Acid in the back, and the rest of them will be joining us shortly. Clinton, talk to us.
Look, I just listened to Wilfred. Look, even though Mr. Bashir was not being investigated for drugs, But when you have an investigation that extensive that look into the dealings of a defendant, the chances are, and often than not, they will mention all his other dealings he's doing, whether or not he was doing drugs in America. Those court documents will have mentioned that he was also involved with drugs. But you know, I listened to Stanton, and he's doing a lot of shouting about the recordings and the money and he receiving and all the kind of things. At the end of the day, unless the government can prove that Madam Taylor knew that the money she was receiving was for the purpose of facilitating the importation of drugs, that doesn't mean anything. How do people get money? How did Joseph Boakai get money to run campaign? Did he have any money? This man was saying that he was living on loans or whatever. Where did he get money from? Usually the way it works, and we know that investors and corporations who want leverage in the government, present government or future government, provide funding to political actors. Madam Taylor may well have been receiving money, requesting money from investors who wanted to have some leverage when the CDC returned to power. So there's no evidence, even if you have a television recording that she said, send me $75,000, $750,000 to do the campaign. It speaks to that. Yeah, she wants money for campaign. And so if there was any recording that says that, it could well be in that direction. That's what people do. When you're in power or when you're looking for power, you look also and get money from potential investors. The people who did the this $1 billion deal and they negotiated with the government for real, they offer money up to the government. That's what corporations do. But also, Senator, I sent you something and I wanted to put it up, the passport, Bashiru passport. But I don't think you did that yet. But if you look on the passport, right?
No, I put the passport up. I cannot keep it up too long.
Yeah, okay. But the thing is, if you look at our passport, it says that he worked in the office of some lawmaker. Now, if Joel Taylor was facilitating, Bashiru from getting a passport, well, she didn't put an office, say that he worked on the office, but usually the most reasonable thing to do will make him like an honorable consul. So you made an honorary consul, you don't attach him with any office. And it is not true that the vice president can get passport for anybody. That's not true, because that authority lies directly with the office of the president. But mind you, under the CDC regime, we had a big passport scandal that involved even the dismissal, or I think later on indictment of Matthew Yemp, who was the passport director at the time. Passports were all for sale. So you cannot draw Joel Taylor in as being the sole person behind who's driving this passport issue. This passport does not connect to an office unless you can bring letter here that comes from an office and said to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs asking for the passport. There's no way you draw Joel in. So there's a lot of.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Councillor? You said something which is very important. That you have to meet the approval of President Weah. Then, because President Weah said no passport will leave, and everybody can follow that. My brother, Dr. George, just said it. All of that. Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question, Chief. I beg you, let me ask my question. And I want LeBron to listen to this, too. So you just confirmed that maybe President Weah gave the approval.
I didn't say that.
Well, no, let me ask my question. Guys, can I just ask my question?
Ask the question, but I didn't say that.
Okay, but then let me ask my question.
Ask the question.
I think you just now invoke President Weah in this discussion.
You're
if what you just said,
two different things.
Finish up. Okay. I was.
What I said first was to debunk what you said that the vice president office gives anybody a passport. That's not what Liberian law states. There have been investigation under the Ellen government, under the Weah government, where passports were sold, where the Weah government even dismissed and investigated the former passport director for selling passports. Just a fact. The president of it was not aware of passport and asking them to investigate passport when he sanctioned those very passports. That doesn't make sense. He said issue passport, then investigate the passport. People were abusing the authority that did it, and the government went after those people. That is not the same as invoking. I know you try to be slick over there, but it's not.
So thank you very much. Let me make my correction. Anybody can speak to it. I want you to go come to you, Russell. I want you to just understand that this is a huge thing. I will agree with my brother, Gamada Clinton, that he found out when President Weah, because Fadiga was speaking to it, he gave that order about passport. They say don't do passport except you meet the approval of the president, blah, blah, blah. So probably you are right, my brother Clinton. Maybe you had to meet the approval of President George Monowia for him to get a diplomatic passport. Because it is true, accurately true. Excuse me, Chief. It is accurately true that he had a diplomatic passport. Madam Jua Howard Taylor, not only Sheikh Bashir, that she signed off for passport, she gave Malik passport. And we can put Malik passport up as well. She gave other individuals that we know, that Kef know, passport, diplomatic passport. We know them. Kev know them. I don't want to call their name. You know them too. I will put a name in the chat room and you can call the name publicly. We know that. So you cannot say she never had the authority to give passport out to people. And you know very well, the individual name I just put in the chat room admitted that under the office of the vice president, he got diplomatic passport.
That is not what the passport says. Then you also put the communication.
Excuse me now. I just named three. I named three individuals to you. You as a lawyer, you stuttering. I moved past you.
No,
let's move on. No. You know what? You just brought in Joria in the conversation. Like Joria gave the approval. I mean, it's very clear. I'm not a lawyer. You are a lawyer. The office of the vice president issues so many diplomatic passports. The office of the president. Your office of the president issues so many diplomatic passports. You are aware of one of the individual that he is your friend and you know him very well. He traveled with a diplomatic passport. Tell this government came in Dubai and he returned a diplomatic passport. You know him. I know him. Kef know him. Asa don't know him. Everybody know him. Said the truth whether she didn't give that individual a passport. She did. Malik.
No information. You got to prove that she gave the information. What's the letter from the foreign ministry?
I got to prove when the individual that says, say, you don't know your friend. Look at the name I sent you in the chat room. I don't want to be out before the name.
You don't have
look at the name.
You're just fishing.
Are you saying? Okay. Winfred Bandura, let's go ahead.
Show you don't have
Winfred Bandura. And you know, let's say this. They got something they can talk, but they can forget. And this thing they can do can get them in serious trouble. He know exactly who I'm talking about. That our friend. Winfred Russell, that's your friend. I'm not going to call your friend name and my friend name. That's my business. The person was there with Joe Howard Taylor today saying in Liberia. But I would not call her name. The person got Sabu, but I would not call her name. The person, I saw the person passport, but I would not call his name. So when you say that, you're talking nonsense. As if to say we're stupid. We're not stupid. Her office can give passport, and she issue passport to so many people. Diplomatic passport. Go ahead, talk to me, Winfred Russell. I'm better got him to be quiet on this show. Then you go put Joey at the east side. You put Joey at the east side.
Can I have an opportunity to get a word?
After Russell, you will come in. My brother, you came in late, but next time you will come.
No, I'll be in the background. I'll be in the back.
Yeah.
You've been enjoying the conversation. Hi, Jacob. Welcome. Welcome, my brother. No, so Stentor, I just want to give a caveat here to all of us. Despite how overwhelming the invitation, the evidences might be, and how damning it is, and there's no doubt, if all of these things that the government are alleging, if all of these things are true, I mean, this is some serious issue, right? However, I think that this is an opinion show, so we all are sharing our opinions and all of that. But I want folks out there who are listening and watching us to know that we're not trying to prejudice the case. We're not trying to pass judgment here on Mrs. Howard Taylor. We're just looking at the information as it is presented to us and analyzing it based on our own vantage point. And we all have different perspective about this issue. There are lots of people, right? Because I'm familiar with that. I know that. I mean, we all here know that there are a lot of people who go to Liberia, sadly and unfortunately, to do business, and before they can get any traction to do anything in the government, they have to bribe them. they have to give money to get leverage and all of that. That doesn't mean in and of itself that you know of some of these folks' nefarious type behavior. So, so there are a lot of things in here that we have to be careful with. We all know Mrs. Howard Taylor. Many of you know her way better than I do, but I met her a few months ago, or a month or so ago. And she sounded like a very, fine, decent person. We know her to be, a credible person, very intelligent, from Bong County, real love in Bong County. So, but my caution to the government is that it is there, right? But they have to be careful, because if they overcharge her, they become so overzealous and overcharge her, they might not get the conviction that they may be looking for. We saw what happened in the Samuel Twer case. So if you come there and try to, and even in this country, with Trump, you have to narrow it down. So I'm just putting out a blanket caution to all of us that we should not prejudge this case. We should not run with one particular information and then start yelling and crying.
No, we agree, Russell. We know that's a lot, and therefore she will have a day in court today. Exactly. And it have to be proven beyond all reasonable doubt, to find her guilty. And we wish her well, but we got to discuss what we know so far. Let me bring in my brother Jacob Jala. I beg you, some of you guys, I got to bring in 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 later. Jacob, let's hear you.
Stanton, I've been listening very keenly. Since this week, actually last week, to all the argument about Joel and her connection. I apologize. Maybe you have to give me 30 seconds, slightly more. I'll try as possible to make my point in a quick fire series. But the first thing I want to make is that this has nothing to do with you, particularly Stanton. It has to do with what the government is saying and trying to establish connection and link of Madam Joel Howard Taylor to this crime. But I can say here that what I just heard is the most diabolically insufficient argument I've ever heard in my entire lifetime. If this is the evidence this government is taking to court, this is going to be a spectacular waste of our time to talk the Godfrey through in our Liberian sense. Because there are certain things here, and I'll take a few minutes to just punch a few holes here. One, the argument about the vice president receiving funding for political activities. This is a normal thing in politics in Liberia. It's as normal as drinking a bottle of beer. Ellen Johnson certainly got funding for political activities. Ellen Johnson had no money. She was a classroom teacher. She came into politics. She ran a presidential campaign. Who gave her money? It were people, it were business people, it were other actors who made donations to her campaign. Joseph Numa Boaka is president today. He said he had zero money. He was a pauper. He got donations. I was around the Unity Party campaign in 2017. We know that through President Shirley, we heard news, in Africa and other people, Ouattara and other people giving over $300,000 to fund his campaign. You know more than me, Stanton. The 2023 elections, we heard, not from you, from other sources, that some of you made donations to Joe Parker campaign. So if somebody comes and support a presidential or a political person in Liberia, 135,000 is peanut change for a political race. We know hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars are donated. I call him Barack Obama got billions of dollars in donation. People get donation. I'm a political person. People make donation to my endeavor. So there is nothing wrong with making donation to a political campaign in itself, as far as the idea itself about funding a political activity. Now, the argument about connecting the dots to say, somebody say, and Yeka made a brilliant, excellent point, and I think Yeka is so bright to make that point. Sometimes the too much book we learn, sometimes can make even dog. We need to learn fewer books so that we can get original insight. Yeka made a brilliant insight. What a PhD here, they missed that point. Yeka said, somebody said they gave the vice president money. But it was this man Bashiru, who said he gave the vice president money. But then they see Bashiru man is an established, confirmed criminal. And this man cannot even pass a lying test. But I know the lowest lying test. Anybody, if I'm a juror, for God in heaven's sake, my people, if I'm sitting down on the jury, and you can't bring an established criminal and say the testimony for an established criminal, I should use that testimony as a proof, confirmed liar to bring a non-guilty. I must be silly to the bare bones to listen to that. I would never listen to any. Even if he says there, I will not accept it because he's established. He has no credibility. Truth telling is not part of his life. It's not part of his forte. So how can the government must be extremely serious. How can the government bring a star witness, an established criminal, I don't want to know what it is, an established liar? Every cell of his body is established to be a liar on American jurisdiction. To say he's a star witness, the Minister of Justice should be fired. Why is the president listening to these people? This is a massive, this is a disgrace. This is a disgrace.
But Jacob, you know it happens, right, Jacob? It happens. Yeah, it doesn't make it right. Yeah, it happens.
Absolutely.
So let's move on now.
Yeah, I'm making let me learn.
We say it doesn't happen. We say credibility.
All right, guys. Jacob, let Jacob learn. We move on now. Jacob, please finish up.
I've not spoken yet for almost 3 hours.
It doesn't matter. You came late, so just finish up now. You still get 2 minutes.
So I will not monopolize. I will learn right here. So the point is that we have to be very careful. Now, I am not saying the vice president should not be questioned. I believe in the rule of law. We are in a democracy. All of us are under the law. So we have to respect the law. You can question the vice president. She must face the courage to go in court and make her case and still exonerate herself. However, the mass PR onslaught and publicity campaign to try to criminalize the vice president, we are going to and bring the pieces of information. They are woefully inadequate. Anybody who will bring Kevin will know that this is a politically motivated nonsense. To be honest, and let's be honest about that.
All right, Jacob, thank you very much for exercising your right as a Liberian citizen to speak on this issue. And I want to be very clear with all Liberians here. Anybody can say what he or she wants to say on this show. We respect the right and we welcome their own intervention. But we respect what we say, and what we say, we are responsible for what we say on this show. And let me just remind my brother Jacob before I go to Kev Hassan. It is right there in the second paragraph on this page, the last sentence. It says right there, it's very clear. A Coalition Nationale and the Drugs Kingpin ringleader of the cocaine transnational crime cartel in Dubai, they log at the Ish Hotel, where a meeting was held about using Liberia as a transit point for the illicit trafficking of cocaine, to which she agreed. To which, excuse me, Jacob, now we can talk together, Jacob. If you want to wait for 10 seconds, we'll give you the chance. Calm down. I mean, just small. Just say she agreed, Jacob. I'm not the one saying they agree. The government have everything in their possession that she agreed. So now that's why they go into court, Jacob. You agree with me? So if she agreed, everything Manjua said with her lawyer, they will go to court. She will have a day in court on trial. So let's just hold you right there. I just want to say, according to the writ of arrest, it's very, very clear. Let me bring in Representative Yeka Koluba, Kev Hassan, Isido, and Wilfred Bangura. Then we'll bring the rest of the folks in. Yeka, let's hear you. I got to bring Dr. Richardson in. So let's hear you, Yeka. We got 2 minutes edition. Yeah, let's do one of them.
Stanton.
Yeah.
This government do not have no evidence on a vice president. Nothing whatsoever. Because as far as I'm concerned, and I know from a layman understanding, recording cannot go to court. Did they do the recording with, they did ISO before they did the recording? Recording cannot go to court. Stanton, let me connect Madam Joy Howard Taylor. This incident happened in 2021, 2022. Now they are saying the former vice president is involved. So we all want to agree that drugs cannot come to this country with all the president or the former vice president knowledge. We agree on the show. That's what the holding for Madam Joy Howard Taylor for. So the 300 million drugs came 2024. So who in this government, in the hurricane, is protecting the people to bring out quantity of drugs in this country. Who? We agree with Grandma Manajua, whatever. She in jail, will prosecute her. But who in the government that quantity of drugs to come in the country? The president must be involved. The vice president must be involved. So who are we holding from the government now? That will grab it. Manajua, whatever, will lock you up. You in jail already, you involved. That's what the post say, you involved. So who in the government now, that quantity of drugs, keep 2024, who are we holding in the government now? Straight on. These people want to bring chaos in the country. People want to break the opposition, and they will never, ever. Everything against Manajua Hawateda is being organized by this government to bring disgrace to opposition leader. And we are standing by for it. We are ready for it. The team won. The team they won will give them better Liberia. We will give it to them, and we're ready for it. Politically, any kind of way they want it, we'll give it to them. Thank you, Stendo. I'll offer the next.
Well, I know you are. You so be going to Ghana. Yeah, before you leave, let ask you a question. You went to medicine, man? No, I'm just asking.
Result. I'm not giving the result. I'm get it. Stand up, I see you, man. I see you. That I ready to please take it and stand up for me. I beg you.
Who had a beating like so?
Yeah, one of the best man last weekend. But guys, let's have a wonderful show. It's good to have every one of you on. It's going to be a beautiful show. We got folks in the back. We're going to bring them on. It's good to have every one of you on. Let's hear it from our brother Isaac Doe. Isaac, talk to us.
So, in Dubai, they lodged at the H Hotel, where a meeting was held about using Liberia as a transit point for illicit trafficking of cocaine, to which she agreed. This is the vice president of a country sitting down in meeting in Dubai. At the time United Party was in the opposition, apparently they were in that meeting recording her, so they know that she agreed. You must be the stupidest person on earth to believe this trash. No human being is as dumb as the person.
So, my man, we're on family show now. They have a good shit that for the everybody. No, my man, that watch our language now. Turn watch our show. No. Okay, you want cause? I said go somewhere else to cause. No. You can express yourself, but you cannot use hard word. No, seriously. Seriously. No, it's not when you can express yourself, man. Yes, man. No. Let have a good show. Every day you come, you want cause your fan. No, I said, express yourself, talk on the issue, but don't come and be causing on the show.
Stupid and dumb now. And dumb and messable.
No. Dumb is not admissible.
President of a nation.
Dumb is not admissible.
It's sitting in a meeting. Somebody that doing cocaine say, "Bad person won't carry cocaine to Liberia." She say, "Okay, yeah, I agree." Start on. Do we have fish brain somewhere in Liberia? People fish in.
The micro fish brain, you are taking from that.
No.
The micro fish.
No, because this is
right.
The people not hiding it from the vice president of the country. The vice president is sitting down. They're sitting down. Then someone telling a vice president, we won't carry cocaine in Liberia. Then the vice president say, yeah, I agree, you'll bring cocaine in Liberia. That's all, Emmanuel. What here? Something in this brain. What in the brain? And here's the thing now. Let's go to the churches. What did they charge Joel Howard for? You know, sometimes they charge her for importation of controlled drugs of cocaine. And what the evidence? She went to Dubai, the poor girl, for the 5,000. What for the 5,000 in Dubai going to do importation of drugs? She was selling drugs. She came to Liberia, they gave her 75,000 through her foundation. What is 75,000 they sent her from Dubai going to do selling drugs in Liberia? Hey man, that's what we're just saying. Can we please send some of the government people to your school that are registered for you to help them? I think the people losing their mind. They are crazy. But here's the part. We are not worried. Dr. Richardson, you were on the show. Once upon a time, there is a man they called Jerome Verdier who was telling you how Jefferson Kochi took on his share to go kill Shalom Mushu. You were on the show. Since then, he been a share where Jefferson Kochi took on. He was distracting the way Jefferson Kochi tell him, man, say, yes, don't go. It is the same way these people describing how dry out there or saying yes, like they were sitting there. Sometimes, it gets us worried. Why is the government making this country dumb? And you know the truth? Their supporters will not even sit to use 2 of their 5 senses to think outside the box. They'll be saying, yeah, oh yeah. Joel Haltler will go to court and flog this government. They will come back and say, you are temporary. Then we have no hay, no clothes. And let me end to make this announcement. Kwabo, father said he received instruction from up to escort the cocaine. That reason. So the meeting they had in Dubai, they had it in a meeting that in 2026, the people in the government will give Kwabo to escort cocaine from 2022. They had a meeting there. The government came and said, private barman, he is the main drugs person. So what is the relationship between the private barman and Joel? Are they working together? Are they in the same? Because if you're charging Joel for 317 million cocaine, and you say the private barman involving 217 million cocaine, then it means they must be working together. Television. We send a petition to send government officials to the school and teach them. They are crazy. They are dumb and inept. They are incompetent, and their mind got mud brain. When the woman,
thank you, Isaac. Every day you get telling people say they get mud brain, they get two brain. Thank you, Isaac. Let me put you in the bag and bring another sedition on Gibson. Say only you alone get a right brain. Let me say to everybody here, it's very important for us to have a clean, fair discussion. But this is Bashir here, though. This is Bashir.
We're making this shit happen today, yeah. Say no to drugs, yo. Say no to drugs.
That is the message said no to drugs.
Seriously?
One more time before we bring in,
Seriously?
I said to brother, sorry, 1-2 is in the bio. I forget what 1-2 said. Let me play one more time, then we then. But the message said no to drugs.
We're making this shit happen today, yeah. Say no to drugs, yo. Say no to drugs.
So let me say this, right? It's good that we have the message say no to drugs, but hey, we that live outside of Liberia, I think every one of us here, with the exception of Bangura and Phoebe, we all live outside of Liberia. That's what Richie said. Okay. Can we meet ourselves? 1-2? Can you meet yourself? We all live outside of Liberia. It is important to know that. Like Dr. Richardson said, and she took that from Fadiga. Drugs dealer don't have say I am a drugs dealer written on the forehead. You will not find that. The president of Venezuela, a whole president, a rich or leading country, it is alleged that he was involved in drugs trafficking. The American pick him up, brought him to New York, he facing trial. I'm not saying Joel is guilty. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Venezuelan president is guilty, but they get documentary evidence that they can prove that is the reason why they arrested Manuel. So how can you come here and say because they said she agreed, so you say no, they're lying, she agreed, but the people say we got evidence to prove that she agreed. We got people that were in the room. We got recording. So guys, let's just wait for the Madam Day in court. When the government turned over every evidence to the defense team, that's what my brother Councilor Clinton can call discovery. Then we will have access. But you cannot come in and say the government lied. The government just said the former president picked up the phone, spoke to one of the investigators while he was in Ghana and asked him about the status of the case. The former president, George Manawiya, did that. You ought to have access to former President Joe Weah, you go call him. And let Joe Weah tell you that he didn't speak to one of the investigators.
Tell me, why is that important?
There you go again. Hey man. Hey man.
I don't understand why you're repeating that. Why is that important? We all looking for information. Why is that important?
Hey man, this thing can hurt. It can hurt. Just let me finish. I'm not 2 minutes finished. So let me, you know what? I'm not even going to finish. Let me just bring in Gibson, Jerry, and 12212. Gibson. I didn't see you, Cap. I didn't see you, Cap. Let's bring in Gibson quickly. We'll come back to you. Gibson, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Stanton. First of all, these charges are bogus. And I'll give you the reason why the charges are bogus. Let's look at the first charge of unlicensed importation of narcotics. It is defined in the July 2023 Act that they are using right now. A person commits an offense if he or she purposely and knowingly imports into Liberia any controlled drugs or substance listed in Schedule 1, 2, and 3. There are about 24 different narcotics that are listed. They said in that statute that they are using that you are guilty of unlicensed importation if you knowingly bring it in to Liberia. Did Joel bring anything into Liberia? It's a bogus charge that they have just put on. And why are they insulting the intelligence of Joel? A vice president in 2022 with a budget of almost $4 million in your office will accept $135,000 to bring drugs into our country. When her child is even suffering for drugs, when she has a movement against drugs, and Liberian government says a vice president with more than $3 million budget will accept $135,000 for transnational drug traffickers to bring drugs to Liberia and use it as a transit point. What an insult to the vice president. What an insult. The law says that if you are going to charge someone with unlicensed importation of drugs, there must be evidential. It says the person must have knowingly imported drugs. Can we all here today, based on the charge sheet of this government, can we all say, yeah, Joel Howard Taylor imported drugs to Liberia? Why are we wasting our time? These are Booker charges. Listen to the second one. Look at the other one. Unlessing sale of drugs. Unlessing sale of drugs. The law says you must have knowingly, conscientiously sold drugs on the Liberian market for you to be guilty of that law. Can we all on this platform here today say that Joel Howard Taylor sold drugs?
Okay, so that one day, and I like how you're going through, the different charges here. So let's hold you there. So you're saying that bogus charges the government brought against Joel Howard Taylor, correct? So it means that you agree that she will walk free, correct? Right,
I am saying, this is what I'm saying.
No, Gibson. So you agree that she will walk free.
And I said she
will walk free. I asked you a question. Is that for boy again?
Oh, you asked me a question?
Yeah. So I agree that everything you said that these charges, that useless charges, they are bogus charges. So you're telling the Liberian people, don't worry, Joel will walk free, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
What I'm saying, I'm telling the Liberian people that Joseph Boakai is a vindictive man.
Oh, you change that now. You know Joseph Boakai being vindictive.
Justice Minister, I tell you what I want to say. I'm telling the Liberian people that Joseph Boakai, his Justice Minister, his RG, they concocted it to disgrace Joel, to present a narrative that the George Weah government was dealing in drugs, and the vice president of Liberia, if you can be arrested for unlicensed importation of drugs, it means George Weah may have been involved to divert the Liberian people's attention from the main issue of more than $1 billion worth of drugs.
So your issue here is that, Brother Gibson, Omen Gibson, your issue, thank you for answering the Omen Gibson. Your issue here is that you're afraid that George Weah are going for, right?
No, I'm not afraid that George Weah to go to, because if they go to George Weah, they will lose their balance. I am saying, Stanton, let me say that again.
I gotta move on.
But
you just saying that all the charges that they brought up on Joel Howard Taylor, they are bogus charges. Am I correct?
No, I'm not saying
they are not bogus charges.
No. You don't put words in my mouth. I'm
asking you. I'm not putting anything in my mouth. Asking you.
I'm saying.
You all the person talking that you teach you. You know what, Gibson?
Let me answer your question, Stanton.
You guys need to understand.
Let me answer
your question. You say no. You say the charges were bogus charges. Are all the charges on Joel bogus charges?
You say you are saying. I said no.
I'm asking you. Are all the charges on Joel bogus charges?
Yes, all the charges of Joel are bogus.
So now you agree.
Let me tell you the reason why.
I don't want to know the reason. I want to move on. So therefore,
but you can't finish.
No, your minute was feeling longer.
Okay, let me tell you seconds.
So therefore, Joel will be acquitted, right?
No,
because those are bogus charges. Yeah, I'm asking you in your 30 seconds. So Joel will be acquitted, right?
The dragnet is not for Joel to go free. The dragnet is to give Joseph Boakai a facelift when his son is communicating with drug dealers and they are not questioning him, so they are diverting the drug narrative to Joel Howard Taylor to tell the Liberian people that they are stupid people. That's what they are saying.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Kev. No, we got to go to 1 to 2, 1 2. But you feeling that? I can't give you another 30 seconds.
Give me 30 seconds.
I see not to be here. We got everybody got to talk. We get kind of great in the body. Got to come back.
Understand my man. Let me get 30 seconds.
All right, 30 seconds from Kev. 1 minute.
Nothing, Papa. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Take 30 seconds from Kev. 1 minute.
Okay, I take 30 seconds for my man Hassan. Start to look at a major charge: importation of controlled drugs, unlicensed exportation. To me, you take drugs from here and send it out of Liberia. They are saying to the Liberian people that Joel brought drugs in the country and also took drugs from here and sent it outside of Liberia. Why are we trying to disgrace Joel? Why? This is a bogus charge. This is a charge intended to disgrace the former vice president. This is a charge intended to give Joseph Boakai and his family a facelift. This is a charge to give the justice minister who has made multiple mistakes in his career. This is a charge to make the RG to get a facelift, and this is not going to suffice.
So therefore, Joel will walk, correct?
Joel will not only walk, but Joel will triumph.
Okay, all right. So are you on her legal team?
If our lawyer are going to be there first.
So, but you on her PR team, right?
Yeah.
You laughing? Kev, go ahead. We on PR team. Kev, go ahead.
Senator, let me ask this. I hear people saying plea bargaining. And first of all, let me say this. I will say clearly, Bashiru is not dealing with drugs. Wilfred Bangura, in America here, if they catch you for one thing, they will investigate. Even if you take your child somewhere, they'll come up with everything because they're looking. And secondly, Liberia and America.
You just said Bashir is not dealing with drugs, right? That's what you just said.
Stanton, can I?
No, I thought I heard you right. You just said Bashir is not dealing with drugs.
I thought you didn't for interrupting.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
No,
man.
we want to get the clarification.
First of all,
there's a reason why I asked him. He's related to Bashir. He related to Bashir. I won't say it on the show today. Did you just say Bashir is not dealing drugs? Is that what you said?
Can I just finish? Can I
answer the question again?
Can I finish? And listen, Wilfred Bangura, Liberia, and you're on the show. They said the FBI, the DA in Liberia, they're working in concept with the Liberian government. They've been working with the Liberian government, right? So if Bashir were dealing drugs to take to Liberia, they would flag it. You're on the show said the DA is in Liberia. So that means they already have a working relationship for long. So they will flag it. They will not see Bashiru carrying drugs to Liberia. They say, oh, it's not our country. You know, I don't know. Sometimes I see why Isaac can use some language. Because you said they will say, carry the drugs to Liberia. It's not our business. And that's why Wilfred is saying because it's Liberia. No. Second, let me say this. If this man was dealing with drugs and you're simply bagging, would this man be in Dubai 5 days ago that he posted? Will he be still not saying the man video that he looking at a warehouse, a business going on? He went on his Facebook and said he a good businessman. He updates his Facebook. What kind of thing is this? The man going on with, he even went live. The man going with his normal business. But when you look at the second paragraph, this is the man dealing with drugs, conspired to bring drugs in the country. This is somebody you're talking about $317 million drugs. He connected with it. That's what the chief investigator said. Say he connected with it. They're now with the 19. They were the 317. He said it clearly. But I say in the video, the man going with a normal business. So what we're understanding here, but let me say something to you, Unity Party supporter. Enjoy Stanton for now, but it's just for a little while. He will come for y'all. You're better getting smoking gun. And I repeat myself again. You better give Stanton a smoking gun. Let me remind you, and how you came with the Kufa case, your two Stanton. We still realize you're enjoying now. You better get him this week.
But I gotta understand why we're going
if you don't get Stanton your smoking gun this week, you ain't making listen to that tape this week to see Joel saying, Bashiru, that drugs. Bring it. We're going to this corner. Mama, money. If you don't get Stanton that.
So will I respond to Kat?
I beg you, bring you one to I'm not.
You better get your smoking gun.
I gotta bring back Asidu and Jacob and our brother Conor Gray. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. There are a few things I want to be able to highlight. One thing that we noticed completely into the charge is that the government is charging Jewel on a Controlled Drugs Act. So we have to look at the chronological timeline of the Drugs Act. You are charging her for crimes that occur before the approval and even if the complete introduction of the Controlled Drugs Act. So that is a contradiction. So let's argue that the Controlled Drugs Act did not exist. At that point in time, in the timeline of the act, drugs were considered bailable. So now, in the timeline of the Controlled Drugs Act, we are saying drugs is now considered bailable. But we're speaking about the time that precedes the act. So that's the first establishment that we have to be able to recognize. And I'm sure a lot of people now, finding that out. There are other things I want to talk about beyond that. The 2023 Act proposed in terms of the importation and authorization of drugs Act July 12, 2023. There are a few things here. In 2021, they said Kante allegedly brought a guy called Zadreko Voja for Liberia. He introduced them to Jewel. 2022, they alleged they met at a residence. 2022, the same 2022, even the trip to Dubai is within 2022. So all of the major charges within that entire aspect is before the Control Drugs Act. So legally, we should be looking at that act in our conversation. Then we look at that act completed, then the complete incarceration of Jewel on a crime that preceded the act without having a biddable opportunity for her current situation, I think is very concerning. But there's a law that I also find here very important. In the importation, the rate express 14.84. What is interesting to say here, the chart says that you have to produce specifically in terms of distribution, transit, and transportation. According to our law, Stanton, you must be involved in selling, in trading, in delivering, distributing, dispatching, in transit. Every aspect of the law currently being laid out has absolutely nothing to do with jewel distributing in transit, has nothing to do with jewel or producing, has nothing to do with jewel having drugs or distribution in any capacity, which is very interesting. There is a third, the third thing that I've noticed in this entire act, which is also very important. And again, we stand fully if jewel is caught. Obviously, any Liberian should be held by the law. We are speaking specifically on the charge. In 14.93, which is illicit trafficking, the government potentially state that it can establish participation in trafficking enterprise. The alleged agreement in 2022, 2023 Control Act as well, according to Article 21A.
So, Wanto, let hold you right there. Wanto, we know all the articles. Let hold you right there.
You're not giving the chance to win my case.
Wanto, I beg you, Chief. The issue here is that, though, the Justice Minister. Yeah, we know all the articles, my man. I want you to confuse my woman. But listen, Wanto, Chief Wanto, I beg you. We know all the articles. We know all the law. What I'm saying to you, right? So you say the government is in error because they brought in these charges under articles and laws and anything you call it charges that shouldn't be put forth at this time. Don't you think Kabina Janan, Superwu, Garrison Yeru, Banga, they all know very well they have a case here. And therefore it's a slam dunk. They're going to win this case with everything you just said. Everything. Be the paralegal for them. Remind them of these different articles and things. Remind them about the articles. Remind them about the Constitution. They will listen to you. I'm saying to you, now you have named them, or it made that Jewel will walk, right? Want to? Jewel will be out free.
Right? Start on. The essence of the conversation is to be able to discuss what is available in the public code of jurisdiction. That's what we call public perception. So we're having a discourse on what is available. We should have an opportunity to interrogate what is available. And what I'm providing to you.
But what I'm saying to you, I want to be so simple yet, Wanto, that at the end of the day, you feel so fine, so confident, you feel so good that Jewel will walk because the government made a mistake, correct?
Yeah, Stanton, yes. Yeah. First of all, the current 317 million cookie seizure present another missing link in the entire charge. The primarily here in 2021-2022 story, you found absolutely no link to the 317 million yet because the rate does not identify the shipment.
Have you seen all of the evidence, Wanto? Have you seen everything? Have you seen everything?
The evidence we are discussing primarily what is available.
Have you seen the evidence, Wanto?
The evidence? But no one yet has seen the evidence. It has to be
correct. So what I'm saying to you, you're in a good position now to tell everybody, all of Jewel's supporters, don't worry, Jewel will be home soon. She will win this case. Right?
Can I ask you a question? So if other panelists here definitely say Jewel is guilty, like most of the United Partisans here, do you interrogate them to ask them if they are seeing the evidence?
We have never said that.
I've never seen anyone that support the Unity Party say Jewel is guilty.
They've hinted at them.
I have only heard, but listen, I have only heard from CDC and opposition supporter that is a bogus that broke us. Wait, and that's why I want us to go. But you gotta whisper now. I'm talking to my brother Wanto, right? And Wanto have dissected this thing. He know it very well. And Labron people, you gotta listen. My only question Wanto refusing to answer. So therefore, Joel will be home tomorrow. Because the whole case now is a bogus case.
But the case I want the business.
No, there is
Let me bring in some Unity Party people here.
I will hijack again. I didn't complete my statement. All
right, so complete. Go ahead and complete. Go ahead.
Thank you, Stanton. So the clarity I want to make here is I'm not in a capacity to exonerate Joel. I'm in a capacity to provide analytical view specifically on what is available in public domain. And what is available in public domain is what the government provided as their first methodology of public perception changes in terms of what justify their actions. So if I argue on the timeline that the entire case is standard, first of all, if you look at the case in public domain, the timeline is 2011, 2022. So I'm in the right place to tell you that before the Control Trust Act was completely passing the law under President Weah, that's the timeline we are discussing for the major case, even the visitation to Dubai. But before the Control Trust Act was being put in place, the third thing here is that under our law, to definitely say someone is someone trafficked 317 billion, you must be able to provide the shipment. You must provide how Joel provide an informed the just facilitation across the country. You must be able to justify how she distributed it. Absolutely nothing is there in the charge that being provided by government. In fact, government does not even point her as a major trafficker. The three things that Joel is being incarcerated for right now as we speak is that she allegedly received gifts. So the final thing I will say here is, let's talk about the Joseph Boakai Foundation. The last time on Spoon here, I said something very interesting. There are mysterious funding from the Joseph Boakai Foundation. We haven't even talked about it a whole lot. 215,000 to JFK for different things that are not included in our budget. In fact, we'll take a timeline and review how many donations the Joseph Boakai Foundation received. Should we investigate a foundation? I've been calling for that investigation for many times. We know that. But Joel is being incarcerated for donation made in your foundation. We wish her all the best, but our goal here is to interrogate what the government provides us. And for me, I think this is a very interesting case.
Thank you very much, Wanto. And again, let's go to Fadika. We'll go to Wilfred Bangura, Conor Gray, Fubi Herons. It's time for the Unity Party to give the best. I want to say to all the people.
I don't want you to just single us out a Unity Party. We are leaning the party, but we are not Unity Party. Don't
okay, it's time for Unity Party supporters.
It's time for Fadiga.
It's time for Unity. You went away from supporting Unity Party. It's kind of strange. You're arguing with us on this one. But it's time for Unity Party supporters.
The evidence shaking.
But the evidence,
I don't want us to this thing.
Fadiga, you got to own to it. You support the party, you support President Boakai, yes or no? You cannot play around and say
support President Boakai. That is
evidence weak.
Can we ask a specific question to Fadiga then?
I don't want this to dilute what I'm about to say. So I don't want us to reduce.
Fadiga, can you take a question from me?
No. I'm not on interrogation. Never. I don't take questions from sedition.
But Stanton asked the same questions he asked her on her guilt now.
Easy. Stanton, protect me, Stanton.
No, okay, you got to take questions from the panelists on the show, Fadiga. You have to.
I
mean, everybody listen to you. You can't do that. You got to take questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fadiga, how would you like to ask your question?
Go ahead.
Hussein Fadiga. One of the charges said Joel imported drugs into the country. The law says you must have actually imported drugs. Do you believe tonight that Joel Howard Taylor may have or could have or had ever imported narcotic drug cocaine in this country? Do you believe in your heart?
Well, personally, if you ask me my personal opinion,
I said, do you? I said, do you know the party? I said, do you?
Based on, like I said before, I said.
Forget about the charges. I'm asking you now. The
Well,
charge,
based on
the
the
law
charges and
say,
what we know now, there's
Yeah.
nothing impossible that couldn't happen. I can put my
but do
name.
you believe that Joy Howard Taylor
It
imported
doesn't
drugs?
matter what I believe. I
The
believe
answer
they
is
were
abstain. The
Yes.
answer is abstain. We move to the
Oh my
It doesn't
God,
matter what I
Stato.
believe.
Oh my
We-
God.
we
I
move
don't want to prejudice the case.
we move to the witness to give his full testimony. Fadiga, go
So
ahead.
when you get sustained, the answer.
No, the thing here is, it doesn't matter what I believe. I don't want to prejudice the case. What I believe is immaterial to this whole conversation.
You cannot
the
prejudice the
justice-
case. You don't have
Hold
that
on.
kind of influence. What do you mean you can't prejudice the case?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. That's why I'm in a different field. I'm not going to attempt like Wanto to pretend to know more than the justice minister or know more than the legal scholars. I mean, we can all go online and research and give our opinion, but to be definite and come out here and pretend as if to say you're some seasoned lawyer, and that is where you are crossing the line, going into venturing in on charter territory. But I will say this: you guys have all right, to ask all these questions in this debate. Look, let us allow our judiciary system to do its work. You guys are here trying to politicize it. Are here, I say, making the. Let me start with Kev, making this very lazy argument that they caught the man in America for something else. Look, they be charging me for money laundering and some email fraud. That doesn't mean he can do drug bidding later on. I don't understand what you're talking about. Anybody that have criminal nature can do anything, any other criminal activity. So if you're an armed robber, that means you can't invest some money on the other side. The fact of the matter is, anybody that have a tendency to commit crime, it doesn't matter. It's not restricted. So that I don't know. I don't even know where your own sense coming from. But the Basel people got a parable about some fish. They say they need it here in America. So I'll leave it at that.
So let me say this because we got to go to the phone line. You say you're leaving like that. It means that you say you're leaving like that.
Leave it like that because the guys have nothing to say.
So I want us to go to the phone line. I want the Liberian people to call in. Then we all can come and do our closing.
Wait for it.
I'm going to go with her, guys. Yeah, we are one
If you want to wait for it, I will go. Wait for it, will go continue for when I start.
Yeah, I will go to wait for it. But it's good to just remind every one of you, the case concerning Joy Howard Taylor is a serious one. We come here to laugh, like Wanto said, we gave our own public views, our interpretation, our analysis on the issue. Most of us here, we are not lawyers, right? Interpreting the laws and the charges according to the Constitution and these different articles they are reading. It's up to the lawyers. Man Joel have one of the best, Kabina Njane, former Associate Justice, former Justice Minister. He running one of the biggest law firms in the country. He's a well-learned man. He's very eloquent. He's sharp like a whistle. You have Superbu, Councilor Superbu, Garrison Yedu. She have a very unique team, and we respect the team. But I want to say to you, my fellow Liberians, it's very important for you to understand. Man Joel, this in court will reveal a lot. The government, like I said from the beginning, went into a plea deal with Sheikh Bashir Kamten. He agreed to cooperate, which is not a bad thing. If they consider Bashir to be the person that can give them more information to get the big people that involved in this thing, they went into business with him. They went into the plea deal with Paul King. The reason why he traveled, he left the USA to go to Liberia. They went into a plea deal, I'm hearing, yet to be confirmed, with Gerard Smith. People are talking. And that's the reason why in the document, the government said top government officials, not only Matt Joel. They have evidence. You can condemn it. It will not survive in court, but Brother Clinton will say it. But the government believe that they have strong evidence to show, to the jury, to show, to the judge, to show to everyone. That's why they are calling for camera got to be in court. That these are our findings. We have recording. We have voice messages, text messages. We have pictures. We have wire transfer information, like IB Bank and other bank information. The government have all of those evidence. All of those issues, they are concerning. We have the recording that Joe Howard Taylor was speaking to Sheikh Bashira. They were talking about money, 300,000 for NPP, 500,000 for CDC negotiating. The government said we have all this. I pray for my Jewel. I hope she survived this. But that's the government. No, forget about what we say on the show. We can play politics. We have our own interests, some of us. But the fact remains, there's a reason why the government took my Jewel to court. World leaders and mostly African leaders within the region, they are backing. But the government is very adamant and said the law should be the law. So I said to all of you, it's very, very important for you to understand and understand very well. This is not a small thing for Madam Joy Howard Taylor, the former First Lady, former Senator, former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, former Vice President, next in line. Probably she will have come back to be Vice President again under George Manawia. It's a serious thing. So I just want to give everybody 1 minute. Let's close up on this. We got to touch a little bit on the University of Liberia to be continued tomorrow. You have people like Oswald 12. We can beat him on the Carl issue, but he's experienced. We have folks like the SG Fire. He's experienced. We have persecutor, rooted and granted. Whether they are playing politics or they have been serious, it will be tested in court. But what this government have done in federal Liberia, what President Walker have done, leaving no stone unturned. More former government official and current government official will be indicted this week. This week, a full indictment will come before Friday. Like we were told this week, names will be called to put this whole thing to rest, my people. Arrests will be made even more. But thank you for joining Spoon tonight, and thank you for being part of the conversation. After this round, we'll open the line to hear from you. It's just 7:42 here. That will be 11:42 in Liberia. We want to hear from you, so we'll get everybody 1 minute. Then we ask the Liberian people to call in. But Guria, you go first.
Stanta, thanks a lot. I'm going to be very brief. We continue to maintain that the former vice president is innocent until she is proven guilty by a competent court of jurisdiction. This is a fundamental principle of the law. So if we can all understand that, we will be patient enough to wait for that process to go through. The other thing I want to mention, I heard a lot of things on the show. This show is not the court. The court is not here. What we decide here, what we say here, basically has absolutely nothing to do with what will be decided in the court, because the way the court is run is not how we think. It's not based on speculation. It's not based on perception. It's not based on partisanship. It's not based on cronyism. It's not based on sectionalism. It's not based on tribalism. It's not based on any of those. It's based on incontrovertible facts and hardcore evidence. So this is not a court. So if anybody wants to insinuate that we're going to shape public perception, well, it's just public perception. But what happens in the court is completely different from what we say. I just want to end on this. If there's anything about ex post facto law or laws that were passed before, those things will be determined by the court. If the court realizes that ex post facto laws are being used, of course, the court is going to do the necessary thing. The lawyers, the team of lawyers are going to act. That's why they are there, to defend.
1 minute. You're 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you. 1 minute finish, my man. You can't end again. You're 1 minute finish.
I still had small time before you came to the 1 minute. You remember that? After Fadiga was supposed to speak. I have been patient, unless you want to not let me land. But thank you. You're generous. Let me just land. Few seconds. I want to say in closing that Wanto, is trying to bring in a completely in parallel scenario by talking about the vice president's, about the president's foundation. I just want to mention this because I know people out there listen. The President's Foundation is never under investigation, has not been under investigation, and is not on trial. No.
Yeah, that man talking Tabata in it.
That what happened when
Are
you
you,
don't
are you
listen.
hearing me? I am back. 2 seconds. So the President's Foundation has never been investigated. It's not under investigation. It's not on trial. For somebody to draw that in while we're talking about a completely different subject, I think the intent was to distract, because causal relationships are determined by identities and characteristics and color and temperament. That is not what we're discussing here tonight. So please don't bring the President's Foundation.
So guys, let's do 1 minute because we really got to push this thing. We're begging all of you. It's 7:45 p.m. Governor Clinton, let's come to you.
Look, Jason made the most forceful argument, I believe, tonight, and that is this is a political plot by the government using Bashir to go after political opponents. And I think I've said this over the last few days. This is the plot of the government to do that. There's no evidence whatsoever here to tie Madam Taylor. And Wanto, again, did a good job. And what I want to do tomorrow is what, maybe tomorrow we need to bring these charges and break down the elements, see if the government, just given what we know, can prove any of those things. So, distribution, can the government prove that? Can you prove? Where are the specific shipments that we're talking about? Now, and just as a matter of common sense, so Joel Taylor goes to a meeting in 2022 to negotiate drugs. She lost the election. She still continues that relationship, even when there's another government, because when you read the arrest, it said it was to protect. I don't know, after 2023, when she lost the election, what protection she could offer, but she's still continuing that relationship. And is Joel working with some of the high-profile security people we have under this government? Because a lot of the people from the police, NSA, are all involved with this bureaucracy before even Joel was arrested. So it's a lot of confusion coming from this government. I look, the reason Bashir is able to go to that drug scene and say no to drugs, like I think Isaiah, somebody mentioned this, the U.S. investigated this guy for over 5 years. Not a single mention of this. The U.S. shared intelligence with Liberia. They work with the DEA. Not once did they mention in the papers you can find on Bashir that this guy was involved with drug trafficking. Never did they even tip off the Liberian government under President Weah that he was involved with drug trafficking. Unless you're saying, again, we back to Yeager's question, unless you're saying that President Weah, Joel Taylor's own government was investigating her in 2022 and sent Bashir in a room with recalling. I don't know what we're talking about here. This is a political case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just remind everybody while we move on to the rest of the team. Manjua, for the first time in her life, I believe, will be spending her day in prison as a prisoner. As a prisoner, she's in jail. This is huge. As you see today, it was heavily guarded. I don't care how you say this. This is very, very concerning. And I want you to just think about it.
Vice President, Madam Joel Howard Taylor. She's not the paper. She's not the
where you heading to? Man, tell her where you heading to? Man, tell her where you heading to?
Thank you for what? As she was taken, to those of you, some of you that just joining us, the former vice president is in jail, sleeping. Tell the trial. Fubi, let's hear you. This is historical, Fubi. Let's forget about everything we might know the politics, but this is very historical. Talk to me.
Yeah, no, it's a historical day in the country. And I know we see my CDC men are trying to spin and fight you back to back. But Bashiru is weird project. They gained diplomatic passport in 2020. And all the leverage he had to move around to powerful drug dealers, the kingpin, the reference in the raid in Dubai, all of those stuff. So the man had leverage to move around, do what he wanted to do with a diplomatic passport given to him by the CDC government. So he used that and got his will done. Now they don't want to accept the reality. You know, you can say the man was in America, he was not charged for drugs. Yeah, they can grab you and charge you for everything. It doesn't stop it. It doesn't mean that you don't do drugs. So the fact that you are arrested for breaking something, it doesn't mean that you don't get yourself involved in other crimes. So they might just deal with you on a particular issue for a particular time. But Bashiru is in the country, and he decided to work with the government. The government just gave you just see the rate, and you're assuming now that that's all the evidence the government has, and there's boogers, and the man can walk free. You know, having this kind of mindset. So that's good. Go to the courts with all your defense, put all your intelligence together, help the defense lawyer, give them all the tips that you think you can give them, and let them go and prove themselves. The prosecution has reason for which they charge Madam Taylor. They didn't just go around charging anybody. There's a reason why they charge her for this particular stuff. There are a lot of other permanent Liberian citizens that are passing around the country, traveling left and right. Why did they go after her? This is the question that all of you should be asking. So it's not so you want to say, oh, political witch hunt that opposition they want to break. No, it's got nothing to do with opposition. This is a national crime that we're fighting. We all come here before they even went for her. We're all saying they should go after anybody that's involved. Now that they come to your former vice president, all of you jump out of your shelf now, you're fighting, no, boogers, that political witch hunt. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with hunting witches. When people get involved in drug dealing, illicit drugs trafficking, all the other stuff that they charge her with, those are acts of witchcraft. So there is nothing wrong with witch hunting them. Whether you're from past government or you're from current government, there is nothing wrong with that. So the only thing I will ask for, go to court, get your day in court, whatever the prosecution has on you, if they don't have enough to pin you, you can walk out. But if they have enough to pin you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Let me bring in Jacob. Thank you very much, Phoebe. Jacob, let's hear you.
You know, Stanton, from my assessment, I hope this comment I'm making is not going to put me in trouble. If it lead me to prison, no problem. That will give me enough solitude, quiet time to complete my book. But I will say one thing here. You know, from what I'm sensing, and Front Page Africa did a fantastic job. I don't know whether you guys have seen the Front Page Africa front page story for tomorrow. It talks about, okay, this is it. Joel arrested. No, not this one. I see here the speed of justice selectively applied.
Send it to me. Let me put it up. Send it to me. Yeah,
I can send it to you right now. The speed of justice selectively applied. Where is that? Okay, the speed of justice. Yeah, sorry, you'll get it in a second. Where is that spoon? Okay, I put in the panelist chat room. Is there? You'll see it now. So the speed of justice selectively, applied. And then under there's a beautiful story. They talk about a rape in 6 days for Joel, still nothing for others. Joel Taylor's arrest reads like a sparse trailer and move like one to Mark, I call him Marquia, Leroy Harry, Jennifer Mumulu, and others have been named in a similar investigation for months. One cooperating, one merely question, and neither has been charged with anything a judge can rule on. So as far as you can break this whole situation into two major parts. The first side of it, many guys who were held accountable after months or weeks of media crowds, Rodney C, Stanton Spoon, Martin Cole, and all the people in the civil society passed enormous sufficient pressure on the government to name the names they named, right? And then while they face that kind of political pressure from the popular Liberians beating on the government, saying you have to take them, these are people in the government, they're responsible. Now, then they come back and use, in my opinion, this is my assessment, a diversionary tactic, and say, okay, let's shoehorn Joel Howard Taylor add her to the political narrative, muddy the water, and make the thing appear like, okay, that's Joel Howard Taylor, previous government responsible for the drug situation. And for me, that kind of tactic looks like a tactic that has been induced by the cartel to divert from the real issue. And we have to be very sensitive to this kind of tactic here. So if the government, if the administration is serious about dismantling this criminal drug cartel, they cannot do political play acting. They cannot play political games. You have to go for it. Don't say because you come under political pressure and the government is appearing, the rescue government is appearing, and people are calling the rescue government a cocaine government. So you come back from the back door, you pull somebody in from the previous government, murder the person falsely, because the accusation for me as here cannot stand the weight of any scrutiny, and then you create a political melodrama around the place, and then at the end of the day, that will be the action of the cartel. It's almost like the government is abetting the cartel, trying to make a political show of the situation. We can't do that. And I think Rodney C is now falling for the trap. He brings the issue back up and say, look, you're talking about Joel, but where are these people? And I think, Stanton, we need to go back to the original argument. I think we've been fake here. We got to go back to it. Other people, the Makuya, and other people who were...
Thank you very much.
They have not been brought before the court. We've not seen another report about Joel. So
and the issue is that we asked the question, and like I said, the government going to bring forth indictment on most of these individuals that you are talking about. So let's wait and see. But it's a fair question from Page is asking. Very fair question. Let me bring in Colonel Edward McGray.
Yes, Stanton, thanks, man. It's a fair argument to make that, justice is fairly served across the board. It's important that we emphasize that point, because real justice should include fair and balanced treatment on all of those who have been appended to this situation. What I would say is this: I think each and every one of these defendants or people who are alleged to be a part of the conspiracy, they have their own unique case. I still argue that if they didn't have probable reason to believe that Madame was fleeing the country, probably she would have been out there today. They would just build a case like others. But unconfirmed report was that she had about 9 pieces of suitcase out there, and some money was nabbed from her when she was at the airport, because she was really fleeing. She was supposed to have been seen at 12 midday. She was leaving 7 in the morning. These are uncoordinated facts we have not verified. But I want to believe that she would have been given some of the similar treatment with the likes of Makuyo and whoever still standing around waiting for their day in court. But it's important that we emphasize that she must be treated fairly, because even though she's making history in terms of our jurisprudence, she must be given equal and fair treatment, while others are out there and she's, going through her own arraignment and so on and so forth for now. So we must have some good reason, and I hope I continue to say, I hope the evidence that this government has against the former VP must be unwavering, strong, because if not, you just probably created another hero, and you stain someone's image for life, even though it might benefit them politically. Maybe posterity will see us as the hero. But be careful. Make sure the former VP is accorded equal and fair treatment. And if she's culpable, I wish she served the time. If she's not, then I hope the government will compensate her generously, not financially, but in terms of vindicating her from all of this mess. So I stand by as a spectator to see how the legal rambling will go, and I would love to write a book on this. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
Stand up. Will you kind of play me that video one more time of the vice president being taken to the jail? Will you kind of play it for me? I know it's a few seconds, it's not long, but.
What are you talking about? This
Vice
one?
President, Madam Jewel Howard Taylor. She's not the head of Germany. She's not the
VP, where you heading to? Madam Taylor, where you heading to?
Madam Taylor, where you heading?
Thank you for watching.
I want all of us to remember the person you just saw being disgraced is the former vice president of our country, former senator of Bond County, former first lady of our former president, the person whose son recently died because she could not afford money to send her son abroad for medical treatment. Let that sink. The person you just saw on video being disgraced is the person who somehow held a meeting in 2022 that led to the importation of drugs in 2026. I asked myself how powerful Joel is. That even after President Bouaka won, she still controls the army, she still controls the police. That her meeting from 2022 will be the pathway to 370 million drugs coming in Liberia. That her meeting as a sitting vice president in 2022 will be the reason why someone in the police ordered Kwabo to use the police vehicle to escort drugs in 2026. That her meeting as sitting vice president in 2022 was the reason why a boat came on our shores. The AFL tried going to the boat escaped because of a meeting from 2022. She could not afford to send her son. Her son died. You know, everybody agrees it doesn't make sense. The government had hoped to switch the entire cocaine deal from on their head to the opposition, where it's backfired. I know the people of Bond County are going to pay this government back, you say. Oh, the pellet trap will not see what is going on. Listen, I always will say this. We know cocaine dealers when we see one. The pellet trap of Liberia, everyone that is of the pellet trap will not look at Joel Howard Taylor that they know, who they've lived with for decades, whose son died because she could not afford the money to send her son, to be disgraced by this government without paying them back. And no Bond County will pay them back. I know the pellet trap people will pay this government back. And I know there will come a time in the future when nobody will have the face to ask any government why they are arresting this person or that person. I will end on this to say, my people, Joel Howard Taylor got nothing to do with drugs. No, she's not into drugs thing. The argument that Joel Howard Taylor, as sitting vice president, went in a hotel and then the people say, oh, we come and carry cocaine to Liberia, and she said yes, is just a laughable argument. President Bouaka would not believe such a crap. That Joel Howard Taylor sitting and he said, oh, we're bringing drugs in Liberia. Say, yeah, you're bringing cocaine. Then she agreed. Bouaka will not believe it. Bouaka's wife, the owner Katunu, will not believe it. Anybody who
who even God bless with only 3 senses, even not 5, will not believe it.
Kev, let's go ahead. Kev, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just and add on what Isaac said. But one thing I would say, President Bokar in his heart may not believe it, but he will sanction it because they're on the process of eliminating folks. That's what he believes. So, and he knows the truth. He knows she will not and bring drugs, but he sanctioned it because he won that. He won that. But I keep asking this question. Can somebody tie Joel Howard Taylor with a security force under Joseph Iman Boakai? How can Joel Howard Taylor, because it's from the hive and whatever, some folks say former government or this. So Joel Howard Taylor called Kwabo and say, escort these drugs from in and out of Liberia. But not her own.
God, you got something playing behind you, bro. Can you turn
your ear to this mountain? Oh, man.
I just want to be careful before Facebook call us up.
Your ear, nobody.
Just turn it up, my man.
Okay. Your ear too sharp. Yeah, man. So, let's say, Stanton, let people tie it. Let them tie the Joel Howard Taylor with Kwabo, with all those folks that who passing around. Mark Queer is a son, not biological son, but it's a son of Joseph Yuma Boakai. He grew up in our home. He grew up with Jojo Boakai. But this man, according to the police, were in charge of that ship that we saw. He was passing around, telling the government for the cocaine ship to land, to come in this country. But he still go to Calabash. Can somebody tie Joel Howard Taylor to Mark Queer? Can somebody tie Joel Howard Taylor with this 317? With all those guys. So she's doing business with the Unity Party security force. The NSA guy. All the other guys. But Isaac, she been doing business with them since 2022, been contacting them in 2022 and tell them to run the operation in 2026. Jacob, where are we heading? Where are we heading? When I spoke about
thank you, Cass.
It's Stanton, man. No, Stanton.
Cass, within 1 minute we get everybody. I mean,
you stopped me. You stopped me. I had to put my phone off. You said my phone. You stopped me. Okay.
I beg you about that.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 1, 2. 10 seconds. You see, when you do that, you just take people off. At least give them one. You say 10 seconds so they can.
You're not saying anything serious to take you off, man.
Man. Just take that off. But Stanton, you've been saying this. Stanton, you've been saying this, right? Stanton, you've been saying this. You say we should wait. The last time you said the court will close. That's what you said. You said the court will close. But now you say we should wait till we arrest Mark Queer them. When do we arrest them?
Okay, we hear you. Let's go one, two. We got to close it.
So,
Yes, thank you very much. One, two, but
yeah.
baby, one, two. Just 1 minute. I'll hold you for.
Sure, 1 minute. Stanton, I'm the most tolerant person on this show. When everyone is speaking, I mute completely. I don't say anything. I hope I'll be provided the same courtesy and respect. There was a very interesting thing, and I'm not controversial, Stanton. I'm just someone who believes
Yes, you
that
are. You are
unless...
controversial. Yes, you are.
So I spoke about investigation on the Joseph Braga Foundation. Interestingly as possible, Stanton, someone said Braga Foundation is now on investigation. A lot of funding on the Joseph Braga Foundation is being considered on a mysterious donor. In fact, the JMB Foundation says that it received 20 incubators valued at $320,000. Some of the donation of that went to JFK, went to other places. Do you know what the foundation said? Mysterious partners. There's another very interesting funding also on the JMB Foundation. They said a partner from Dubai. So we got more than 10 different funding sources on that foundation that have mysterious funders. In fact, the foundation now is the most lucrative and most exciting pathway for donors.
Wanto,
So when we say,
I'm sitting in
I
as
just
the
said it.
interim moderator. We are not discussing that subject, please.
I just said it.
You just have to go to your conclusion.
Wilfred, you're a bit trigger because we're not speaking just because we want to speak. I'm sorry. This is
Well,
not
you
an
have to
ordinary
stay with the topic. I'm not saying you can't speak on that.
You can't stop the man. You can't stop the man. You can't stop the man. Like you would tell the man what to do. You can't stop the man.
I'm moderating the show right now. You don't know that?
No, that man closing.
You
that man closing.
We are sophisticated, Wilfred. It's not my fault. You'll be triggered. So
I mean, they just gave Wilfred power tonight, and Wilfred turned to dictator.
No, nobody getting that power. That man closing, man. Please,
so
you got to
let me conclude. For this case, we got something called unlicensed importation. And I know some of the panelists say we are chartering on warranted territory. I mean, being research oriented, you don't have to be a lawyer to know how to interpret the law. What is interesting here is for the government to incarcerate and to justify their case, they must prove what cocaine former Vice President Joel imported. They must show when it was imported, when it entered Liberia, who physically transported it, what did Joel Howard Taylor do to cause or assist that importation. This is a difficult case. Even the unlicensed importation, they will justify why cocaine left from Liberia on a Joel. When it left, who exported it, how she supported it, even distribution of, and finally distribution, transportation, and transit. They have to justify how Joel Taylor transported, distributed, and transit cocaine in this country.
You see, I
So
give
it's
you
not an
extra
ordinary
time.
case.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much. That go.
I didn't read close.
I give you extra time, but I let the show
me. You want to hear Wilfred stop me? I never had the time to speak.
Yeah, but I want to say that you just hang with me. I will give you more time. We got to take calls. If you want to hang with me, let's hear the people.
I just want to do my closing, then you take your call, boss man.
No, but everybody not talk. We really got to take calls.
No, I call you. Only Gibson closing. Everybody close. Only Gibson closing.
I have not closed yet.
Only Gibson, the only person want to close.
No, but it's okay.
Everybody close.
Yeah, but it's okay. That year Gibson now. Gibson, then we'll go to the corner. Fadiga,
but you're closing. This edition has spoken. We even told you.
No,
you're not close. You're not close.
Wait, guys, hold on, Gibson, hold on, guys. Let's be fair now.
All the guys are
no, Fadiga, you close and you see he gets to your turn to Bangura. Bangura finish it up and say I'm getting small time because he wasn't done talking. We gave him extra time.
Everything they want
Gibson, go ahead.
They got every little thing they want steal.
The picture that the Barker administration wants to pin of Joel Howard Taylor is a dangerous picture. When Joel Howard Taylor was deputy bank governor in mid-1990s, nobody talked about her bringing drugs. When she contested twice as senator, she had tough opponents who could have accused her of dealing with drugs trafficking. When she became vice president, during the tough elections, both 17 and 2023, nobody brought it up and say, well, you have a drug trafficker on your ticket. All the time Joel Howard Taylor was in office, not a single day we heard about her trafficking drugs. But even more interestingly, the charges are very, very concerning because the laws are clear. I don't have to go to law school to even read it. The law says for you to be able to be considered as a culprit for the importation of drugs, you must have physically brought drugs into the country. You must have imported drugs. So we will hope that the government of Liberia has importation manifest, etc., to show that Joel Howard Taylor imported drugs. But it didn't stop there. The government also accused her of exporting drugs. In other words, she took drugs from Liberia and sent it to other countries. She now became a transnational exporter of drugs. And that's what they are accusing the former first lady of. The law says for you to be considered a culprit of an exportation of drugs, you must have physically exported the drugs out of Liberia. Then the law didn't stop there. The charge says, one of the three other bogus charges, it said she sold drugs. She transited drugs. Now let Man Howard and hear it. They say Joel was selling drugs in Liberia. The law says for you to be considered someone who sells drugs in Liberia, you must have actually sold a drug to someone. You must have offered to sell it to someone. You must have traded in the drugs. You must have administered the drugs. You must have dispensed the drugs. You must have delivered the drugs, all of which none is in the charge sheet. But even bizarre is that she transited the drugs. In other words, somebody brought the drugs. She took delivery of it. She provided transportation. She provided the means for it to be taken outside.
Again, you lay out good reason why, Joel team can have a good case here. Let's just put a joke aside. All your argument and 1-2 argument is very, very unique. But we got to go to the phone line. Both sides have argument.
So let me end. I agree with you. Myself, I want to listen to the phone line. So what I wanted to say is.
So all the thing you say, is that what you wanted to say?
No. To end up. Mama, you left one detector here when you were going. Start before you choose more, you must think before you choose more. You got power.
All right, I probably go. I will get acid do the flow. Acid, let me bring you up. No, because I will get an acid do. Let acid come up and lead the show. Acid, can you do that? Wow, Ron.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
acid will give me that help. Acid will remove all the user to find people.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
On a serious note, to just cap up everything I said for us to go to the land, because I really want to hear from the Liberian people. I heard Fubi saying, we should wait. The evidence is, we'll never see the evidence. Fubi, we can't wait. Because we told the Liberian people that the burning of the Capitol building was described by President Bouaga as people thought who did it. And we told the Liberian people that this case was going nowhere. And we see what is happening. We told the Liberian people when they were removing the speaker that the president of Liberia will not respect the laws of Liberia. And we saw how he flouted the Supreme Court law or rulings and flouted the law. We also told the Liberian people that the President Bouaga, in his administration, he and Ellen created 10 new positions that he don't care. He doesn't care about the rule of law. He will remove 10 new officers. And he did that. We are telling Liberian people again that this is intended to besmirch Joel Howard Taylor. This is intended to go after political opponent. This is intended to go after George Weah and his.
So let her up now. You know what I mean? I said took her a cool suit. I said Jay went back to work today. He took her a cool suit. But I know the guys about to call. People are calling. But quickly, let me say this to all Liberians. This is so disgraceful, though. We never had the time to talk about it. Maybe no more we will. You know, the president said they should go ahead and open a university. The people said no. There's a win for the protester at the university. And they went ahead and they even booed the representative. I felt bad for the representative.
There's nothing here with. So the team calling him go.
Now who's that? Who actually is that Representative Quia or Steve Quia? No. Let ask question now. Who is the person first? Am I getting it right? Bangura.
I think that's one Representative Quia.
There's nothing here with. So the team calling him go. Telling him to get out of the campus.
They're picking about.
Yeah, but the people know you're stealing the money you're going on the campus. But stand
up.
This is
we gotta go to the phone line. As it.
Yeah,
So
after
the phone line, then we'll talk about Becky. That take course. Man, they're picking them by. They're picking them by with.
Stand up, wife. Go leader politics, be there, go there. As a bit talking, what's still not coming?
I think at this stage I can take over. Let me just close since I'm here. That
Theo as interim moderator of the.
Stanton, are you okay? So I wanted to say, I wanted to close.
No, guys, let's close the show. I really have to run. Let's close the show quick. Yeah. So I beg you guys, let's do it tomorrow. Let's close tomorrow. Sorry, we cannot take calls. Something just came out. I gotta run, and everything is good, but I just gotta run. I beg you, folks, please. But as you can see, I want to appreciate you, Bangura. I want to say thanks to you, Wanto, Jacob Jala, Asido,
thank you,
Hassan. Yes, I gotta go pick up one of my kids, so I have to run, and I can leave here. So I beg you, please consider. Have a good night. Thank you very much. Those of you, sorry, we can't take your calls. But let me get the ball. We'll take your calls. As you go, Kefiko, check up.
So who you
called, man? The presidency. The president.
So I gotta run, guys. I beg you, y'all have mercy upon me. To all our people up there, you forgive. I gotta run. I gotta go pick up one of my kids. So again, just consider. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace.